The first query under Sesheke, at the time of audit, the receipts were not provided for to the auditors, but we got confirmation from ZESCO and got a duplicate receipt. It was a payment for electricity for 5 facilities, and we've submitted that confirmation from ZESCO and the duplicate receipt for verification. The officer responsible was cautioned verbally. We also have undertaken, we've offered technical support to the office to ensure that they keep their documents properly. I submit, Chair.
Southern Province, it's the same question. Mazabuka.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon again, honorable members. For Southern Province, the unsupported documents that are cited in the report, up to this time, we still can't recover those documents. The reason being that the officer who was in charge of accounts at Mazabuka DHO had actually committed similar offenses in the district where he served in the past, and he has since been jailed. So we were unable to retrieve the documents, because what he did after that, he actually flashed all his computers. So we were unable to trace the record. I submit, Chairperson.
He was alone in the office? Because even if someone is jailed or died, there must be institutional memory.
He worked with his assistant and was being supervised by the district health office, but unfortunately the computer where most of these documents were, he actually ended up flashing them. So it became very difficult for us to retrieve the documents. I submit.
Central Province, Selenja.
Thank you, Chair. So on the aspect of unsupported documents, the officer who was in charge of the documents was being cautioned, and the documents were recovered. Unfortunately, they were wrongly filed in a different files. So the allowances these were allowances for the oral poliovirus campaign last year, and which is supported by WHO with 7,500, and were placed in a wrong document, that is a wrong folder under a UNICEF folder. But at the time of review, we had not yet traced them. But as it stands, I have all the documents with me here.
Those documents, why didn't you give the auditors when they came?
Because
we are not auditors. That's Central?
Yes, sorry. So as I mentioned, at the time of review, because during the initial audit, the accountant had a number of documents that he needed to go through. So this is what was misfiled. So him, I would say he didn't file them correctly, because that is what I got. So I cautioned him according to, because he's working alone in the office at the moment.
You are the one who gave us those documents in the morning.
Yes, yes, yes. So he availed me these documents.
P.S. There's a problem in Serenja. Honorable Mwamba. Switch off the mic.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's quite a lot of anomalies and in all 3 provinces that have been stated. But I wanted to find out, Chairperson, why is it that it has to take an audit for anything to happen? Because what is it that the internal audit system is doing? Because I think this is definitely not auguring well on yourselves as officers, controlling officer through you. Why should it take so long? Because an audit occurs once a year, but then you have an internal audit system, but yet we have all these, no, they were cautioned verbally. There's no actual written evidence to say that all these erring officers have been written to, and what actions have been taken, because punitive action is simply not taking place, so it keeps occurring. Thank you.
Do we have internal auditor for Western Province here?
Chairperson, the internal auditor, senior internal auditor is not here, but I have the senior accountant with me, is outside.
I wanted the auditor, because they're the ones who are supposed to do the auditing and know what is happening in the province. That's the role of the auditor. Okay, for Southern Province, do we have?
Chairperson, we don't have the auditor for Southern Province.
Central, the same? So can you respond to the question asked by Honorable Mwamba, Western Province?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, some of these queries were picked by internal audit and they were being attended to, except we have a similar situation where we do not have enough accounts persons. Even in the internal audit office as PHO, we only have one officer as of now. Specifically coming to Sesheke, Chairperson, this was also highlighted during our routine internal audit, and the issues were being addressed as such, but we didn't manage to close them before the external audit by Auditor General came, and they made the same findings. I submit.
So, Director, as a province, what have you put in place to avoid misfiring in the subsequent audit? What measures have you put in place?
Chair, we have taken the staff through the filing system. We've provided them with technical support and provided laptops for them to be able to file the documents properly. It's something that we have been doing every now and then to see to it that the documents don't go missing, especially during the audit. I hope this will not be a similar finding this year when we have the audit. I submit.
Southern Province, you can respond to Honorable Mwamba's question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think for Southern Province, we actually identified the anomaly before the audit came in, but I'll be too quick to indicate that I think we went to sleep. We did not charge the officer at the time when the anomaly was reviewed by our internal audit system. However, within a few weeks of our internal audit exercise completing, the judgment was also passed where he was actually sentenced for 3 years. But what we did, we went further as management. We dismantled the leadership team at Mazabuka DHO because we realized that there was lack of supervision, which was also contributing to this kind of practices. I submit, Chairperson.
Central Province.
Thank you very much, Chair. For Central Province, we also acknowledge that we need to enhance our self-auditing activities. We are discussing, and starting from now, we hope this won't recur. We are going to enhance our internal auditing system.
So you have not even started to plan for that?
We have already started. We have already done some things. For example, Serenge, the people who are involved have been charged, and we have done some remedial measures, reorientation and all those things. We have done that. But we are thinking that going forward, we will continue doing more self-audit so that by the time the auditors come, we will have the proper measures in place. I submit.
Honorable Mnyima.
Chair, just a quick one. I'm moving to irregular use of accountable interest. Okay. Controlling officer, from this issue in Sesheke, the committee notes you have taken preventive action on the said officers. While this has been done, we can only see documentation for repayments. It also seems that it happened only during audit. What were we waiting for here? Western Province.
Western Province, you are reactive. Why don't you check on your work before the auditors come? So that's the question.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was a lapse, of course, in the way we picked some of the issues a bit earlier, but there was a lapse. And we also took administrative action, also on the head of the district, who has since resigned. And the documentation is not part of what was submitted, but we have that documentation, I think, with my team outside. So we learn from this experience to be more proactive and ensure that not only should we request that the erring officers refund, but we are more proactive in our response. I submit, Chair.
Honorable members, any supplementary questions? That's page 36, irregular use of unaccountable interest. Sesheke. You can move to missing payment vouchers.
Just clarity.
Honorable Amnyema.
PhD, is your submission the DHD for Sesheke resign?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, we took administrative action and relieved him of his duties for poor supervision of the station as part of the other administrative measures that we took, and he since has tendered his resignation. I submit.
Progress.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I take the controlling officer to missing payment vouchers. That is again Mazabuka in Southern Province and Nalolo in Western Province. Controlling officer, you submitted that the missing payment vouchers for Mazabuka DHO could not be traced as the person in charge did not maintain any records. The questions that the committee is asking as follows. What measures have you put in place to ensure that the records are maintained in subsequent audit periods? That's the first one. The second one is, how often was this officer being supervised? Madam Chairperson, I submit.
That's Southern Province, Mazabuka.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Maybe the third one, Honorable Muira. So on the same question? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So for Western Province, the response is that the missing payment vouchers have been retrieved and availed, further that the officer has been charged. So I want to find out, where were these documents? Where were they retrieved from? Since at the time of the audit, they could not be availed. Where were they hiding for them to be retrieved after the audit query? I thank you, Chair.
Okay. Southern Province, you can respond to the first questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think in terms of the measures that we've put in place is that we've actually intensified or increased the frequency of management supervision of our accounting units in our province. And this will really help us to make sure that we help our colleagues to ensure that their houses are in order. So we have our senior accountant and his team who are going on a monthly basis to all our institutions to supervise and ensure that they maintain the correct books of accounts. In terms of how often this officer was supervised, well, I may not have the exact or correct answer to give, but I would say that he was supervised on a regular basis, but I don't know how he managed to escape us realizing what he was doing. I submit.
Western Province.
Thank you, Chairperson. Where were the payment vouchers? I really wouldn't, I wouldn't know. It was a very tricky situation because the accounts officer in question, who we have since disciplined according to, he could not avail them. We had to get an accounts officer from Senanga to come and help us fish the documents. We didn't get any clear answers from this particular officer, so we had to get another officer from another district to come and help us. And in the process, that's how we entered into the audit period with the Auditor General. So we had to take administrative action against the district head and the accounts person in question. After which these vouchers were availed. So it was a case of an officer not really being responsive. He would ask him, he wasn't coming out very clear. So we had to come and go through the documents, doing bank reconciliations and verifying all the documents to fish out the documents. As to where exactly they were hidden, I may not be in a position to say. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Daka.
Madam Chairperson, it's a follow-up question on Southern Province. In the absence of payment vouchers, how were you making payments? Because a payment voucher is one of the most important accounting documents with regards to payment. Now you are indicating to the committee that you don't know how you failed to track his misactivities with regards to well laid down accounting procedures. We don't, as a committee, we are finding it difficult to understand this thing. How are you making payments without payment vouchers? Madam Chairperson, I submit.
Southern Province. Honorable Mkumbi.
Chair, I also believe that these payment vouchers definitely come in triplicates. If not, isn't it? They should be in triplicate, isn't it? Yeah, at least. So all the 3 copies or 2 copies in that particular bunch just disappear like that. You also did indicate that the computer was storing such information was also wiped out. I'm just wondering how these payment vouchers, stores records and all those were kept in your computer. We thought they were hard copies and then probably you just transfer a few documents in there. So, Chair, we need more answers from our colleagues here than what they are saying. And what was he jailed for anyway? Was it for the same offenses or just something different?
Southern Province.
Thank you, Chairperson, again, and thank you, honorable members, for the questions. I think he was jailed for similar offenses at the station where he was previously, where there were all fraudulent activities where he was actually getting money from employees illegally. That was in Kazungula district. However, my senior accountant who's outside has more detail because at the time when all those things happened, I was not yet, I had not yet assumed the office, but my senior accountant would be there to support me. So the reason for the missing vouchers in this case is because our payment vouchers come from Navision, which is our electronic system that we use for processing payments. And I must be quick to mention again, honorable member, that we slept again to ensure that this person was actually printing the payment vouchers from the system, because that's a standard practice. You are approving the system, then you print the vouchers, and then they are approved, and then you go ahead to pass the payment. So when we realized that, we realized also that the district leadership did not really help much. So that is why we assigned them lesser duties and relieved them of the supervision role at the district level. And this also helped us to actually realize that we need to strengthen supervision in all the other facilities that we work with. I submit.
You said that this officer was in Kazungula, then transferred to Mazabuka. The time he was transferred to Mazabuka, you didn't know his activities?
Honorable Chair,
transferring a problem.
Initially, their case, from the records I have, they were acquitted. Then last year again, the case was reignited and then they were jailed. There are actually 2 accountants in Southern Province who are sentenced for 3 years each.
Okay. So that's the accountants for Southern Province can help us to respond to some questions. Wait for the accountant to come. So Honorable Mukumbi, you have to repeat your question so that the senior accountant can respond to that question. Welcome, senior accountant. Yeah, we have a question for you. You can introduce yourself. Use the mic.
My name is Muyano Mwanangombe, senior accountant, Southern Provincial Health Office.
Okay, Honorable Mukumbi.
Chair, I think he did clarify. And maybe the next question will be, since this person was jailed for maybe other issues, not necessarily on this particular query, did you report this matter to the police? Is this an active matter? Report to the police so that we can add more charges on such a person. Chair, submit.
Provincial head.
Thank you, Chairperson. Actually, following his conviction, Chairperson, what we did was we sent a team of auditors to Mazabuka DHO, who actually also unearthed other issues, and we reported to the police. So this is actually an active matter beyond what he did in Kazungula. I submit.
Honorable Daka.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mine was, how were they making payments in the absence of payment vouchers? I think maybe the accountant can elaborate more on it. I submit, Madam Chair.
Accountant, senior accountant, you can respond to the question. Payments were being made without vouchers, payment vouchers in Mazabuka.
Yes, I think we just discovered when we did our monitoring that he had a criminal mind, because we always advise that you cannot make a payment without a payment voucher. So him had just a criminal mind. I submit, Chair.
Progress. Honorable Muya.
Chair, it's
Honorable Muya.
Yes, Chair. It's a follow-up because this process then goes beyond the this person, the criminal mind, because at the end of the day, the signatories must sign off before funds move. So what was he providing to the signatories if there were no payment vouchers? On what basis were the signatories who finally had to say, yes, this money moves? What did they see on these occasions? I thank you, Chair.
Senior accountant. As an accountant, you know what it is.
Yes, thank you. When we caught the other signatory, he said that he forged his signature. And then we said, if he forged, you go to police and report yourself that your accounting officer under Mazabuka forged your signature. So that issue is with the police.
So he forged signatories for other officers?
Yes, the administrator, yes. Yes.
Okay. Progress. Honorable Amiem.
Chair, I would like to move to to failure to claim cost on leaked gas, Northwestern Province.
Northwestern Province. So maybe Central and Southern you can move. So it's Sores General Hospital. Do we have someone from Sores General Hospital? Yeah, you can join the director. Honorable, can you ask your question?
Chair, yes, we have a situation here where gas is delivered, cylinders are connected, it leaks, and it's done within the warranty in the contract with the AFROX and within the defect liability period. This is a submission of the PS. Now, what is the current status of this particular issue? I think we could start from there. What is the current status of this particular issue?
Northwestern Head.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member. Maybe I may give just a small background to the same. Honorable Chair, you may wish to know that this is a contract of Manford, which was Manford oxygen supply to Sores General Hospital, was awarded to Afrox. Afrox, you may wish to know that, has got its headquarters in Ndola. And after the installation of the Manford plant, it was discovered that the oxygen was leaking. And this was reported, and the Afrox were written to. And then the reply that I saw from Manford, from Afrox, when they came to inspect the facility, they discovered that gas was leaking from the valve. And when they checked, they really confirmed that gas was leaking from the valve, and then they did what was supposed to be done and stopped leaking according to them. And then they promised to retrain, because earlier on they had trained some staff on how to operate the valves. And this particular moment, they promised they will need to retrain and thereafter recommission the plant. However, we didn't see much progress when the Afrox were communicated to on the possibility of repaying back some gas in the cylinders. I'm told it was met with resistance, and because no consensus was arrived at, this matter was escalated to Ministry of Health, and the letter I have here. And in the report, you can see that Ministry of Health also escalated to the Attorney General. I submit, Chair.
Chair, the reason why I asked what the status is includes the status from the Attorney General. What is the status, and were there any casualties for this negligence by Afrox? Because from the letter in Appendix 5, Chair, President 5.1, it is talking about 40, and we are told that full oxygen cylinders within 2 days of commissioning, it was discovered that there was no oxygen supply reaching the patients. So there was completely no oxygen, completely zero. And this was within the defect liability period. The question therefore is, what has the PS, I think this should be a question, where is the response from the Attorney General and to the district? Did we lose lives for zero oxygen going to patients?
Honorable Daka.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Controlling officer, any contract that government enters into, normally there are sureties or guarantees. This committee would want to find out, first of all, whether you secured these contracts or they were like any other contracts that we have seen where government enters into unfair contracts where they end up paying heavily to unacceptable levels. When it comes to government enforcing what supports government, there's a fair kind of an attitude from our officers. So we want to find out, did you secure this contract? Because we're seeing this supplier now has even has the audacity to deny or to refute to meet some of his obligations, because the defect liability period is part of the contract. We don't understand now where you have to labor now, when we know very well government contracts are supposed to be secured. In short, did you provide any sureties with that regard in order to protect yourselves with regards to this contract? Madam Chairperson, I submit.
PS, there are 2 questions. You can respond.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As noticed in the evidence submitted, we sought the legal counsel of the Attorney General on the 23rd of October this year, when the matter was brought to our attention. 13th actually, 13th of October. That's last month. Secondly, I wanted to mention that, and certainly we are still pursuing response from the Attorney General's chambers. We wanted to mention that, yes, the standard contract, because most of these contracts are actually cleared by the Office of the Attorney General before any department would enter into that contract. And you know, there is always a security bond which is signed as part of that contract. And of course, the defects and liability period is a provision which is always there to ensure that post-installation of that service or implementation of the service, should there be any defects and liabilities, the contractor is supposed to come back on site. And this is on that basis that we certainly evoked that clause. But Madam Chairperson, we are in this case wondering why the contractor was a bit resistant. I want to believe that Afrox is an established service company, and they should not find this very difficult or strange to attend to, but to pursue the reason as to why they had difficulties to attend and ensure that the lost oxygen is reinstated without necessarily pursuing a legal recourse. I submit.
Honorable Kando.
Chair, I think the question asked by Honorable is on the contract. Why is this same contract we are talking about? Is it with us here? But the question is, the question that we want to understand your operations, Northwestern Province, is you went into a contract with Afrox. Where are the bonds? Did you secure your contract? Did you secure government money? In this case, their performance. So where are those provisions in the contract? If they have a bond and they are failing, they are refusing to pay what they are supposed to, why don't you encash? Yes. So why do you have to struggle if the contract was secure? So where is the contract?
Order. Through the PS provincial head, can you respond to that? Do you have the documentation for the contract?
Chair, thank you very much. Right now, I have got the contract with me here.
Did you give the Auditor Generals when they come? If no, why?
I'm very sure that was given, because it was readily available.
Ed, you can guide us? Honorable Wamnyema.
Chair, I was asking, zero gas was coming out. Were lives lost? Then the letter to the Attorney General is not even in this appendix. We're just being told it's been referred to. I can't see the letter to...
Director, maybe answer the first question.
Thank you.
To do with life.
Thank you very Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Was life lost during this unfortunate time? Madam Chair, fortunately we did not lose any life, because we had alternative way of providing oxygen to the patients. So as we stand, we didn't have any documentation of someone who died because of this. I submit.
Honorable Mwamba.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to find out the oxygen cylinders were supplied. Now, there is also the issue of the leakage, which is written here to say cause of the leakage was a faulty connection which was made by Afrox. So now there is two issues. The supply of oxygen cylinders is one issue. The leaked pipe is another issue. Is there a contract for Afrox to make the connection? Because the cylinders were supplied and there was gas there. So now the issue is the leaked pipes. So which is which? Thank you.
Provincial Head.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. As you have rightly put it there, it looks like there are two issues. But when they came to assess, from the report, discovered that there was no pipe that was leaking. That's the documentation. And where the gas was leaking was at the valves. So according to them, they were able to close back the valves, and then the gas was not supposed to be leaking. Unfortunately, at that time, the cylinders were already empty. So this was in conflict with the suspicion of my medical equipment team, who suspected the gas should have been leaking from somewhere. But unfortunately, there is no indication that the gas was leaking from the pipes other than from the valves. I submit.
Point of clarification. So does it mean that there is no safety regulations at Solwezi General Hospital? Because which means nobody checked. For gas to be leaking for 2 whole days, this is definitely showing that there was no safety measures that were put in place. And do you have any trained officers that man this particular site? Because we know that oxygen it can be good as well as bad. Now, what are the safety measures that you have in place at the hospital? Because if this is taking place and 40 oxygen cylinders to be leaking at one go, then this must be a danger to the hospital itself. Thank you.
Provincial Head.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member of Parliament. Safety regulation. At the time when they had installed this plant, they did not put a safety regulation that was supposed to alert the hospital that something is wrong with the gas. I was reliably informed that there's supposed to be a bell that is supposed to ring and then alert people that all is not well, but that was not provided. And when they came to make an assessment, this was availed to them, and they promised they will do likewise. I submit.
Chair, I'm on Appendix VI, and I think this could be the first time I'm seeing such a letter. This letter you are saying has been addressed to the Attorney General. It is addressed to the Permanent Secretary. Unless if there's a separate letter which is not in our appendix.
Honorable Wamnyima, the province they addressed to the PS, it's the PS office that communicated with the Attorney General. So we need a letter from the PS.
Yes, Chair. But you look at that letter, it says attention principal state advocate. But it's addressed to the PS. That's what I'm saying. This is VI. No, but do you understand the letter? This one on VI.
Replacement of 40 leaked oxygen cylinders from Manford.
Yes, the principal state advocate at the Ministry of Health.
Yes.
In this case, the police was seeking legal interpretation of microphone.
You can use the mic, PS. Okay, it's clear.
Yes, has the letter been verified by AG's office?
Where did you get it from? It's on file. It's not on file. It's not on file. So it needs to be verified. Honorable, speak through the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We are requesting for bonds so that we check their validities, if indeed this contract was secured. Because we don't understand how the ministry can be laboring when everything was put in place. So we want to be furnished with the valid bonds so that we can ascertain that they did the right thing as a ministry. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Honorable Kando.
Thank you so much. Why the procurement head for the ministry?
Do we have the procurement officer head from the Ministry of Health? PS, you can join us this side. Honorable Amnya.
Chair, as we are waiting for the procurement head, just a quick question on this irregular cash withdrawal. On this, it's a number of irregular withdrawal of cash from southern, northern.
No, let's finish with the leaked pipes.
Yeah, because just one
procurement.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we want to understand from the procurement side, where are the bonds for this contract? Because unless controlling officer, through controlling officer, maybe we could be guided. Who was procuring these cylinders? Was it ZAMSA or it was at the ministry? So that maybe we ask the right people. Through maybe the controlling officer could guide us on who procured, ZAMSA or the ministry.
PS, who procured these cylinders?
Thank you. I think this procurement was undertaken at provincial level.
Okay, maybe the head procurement can guide us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Introduce
Honorable
yourself.
Chair.
Yeah.
My name is Geoffrey Chilikwazi, Head Procurement at the Ministry of Health. In relation to this transaction, it happened that the province and the regulations are very straightforward there. It means that before signing any contract, it goes through the Director of Finance. In this, it is the Director of Finance at the province. It should check that if all the clauses, the terms in the contract as guided. After that, they have to write to the Attorney General for clearance now. So we hope in this all that was done. But with what happened now, because of the dispute that they entered into, they had to write to the ministry. So the issues of the bonds, I think, can be well responded to by the province, because that's where, if there are any, that's where they are kept. Those are the custodian of those documents.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Head of the province for Northwestern, do we have procurement from the province or accountant with us here?
Chair, I have the senior accountant with me.
Senior accountant, you can come.
Thank you.
Is outside? Okay. Northwestern. That's Central Province? You are Central Province? Lusaka? Maybe you can sit this side. PS, under your ministry, there's too much laissez-faire type of approach on handling issues. And like I said earlier on, this is a very sensitive ministry. And you know, as members of parliament, you've seen how we've been discussing this issue on the floor of the House. of the issues of drugs. Meanwhile, people out there, they are not doing their duties, and the other people are suffering for that. That's accountant from Northwestern. Okay, Honorable Kando, you can ask your question so that the accountant can respond to it.
I think, okay, thank you, Chair. Through the controlling officer, accountant, we want to know how this contract involving the leaking cylinders was gotten. Could you just guide, did you go through the clauses that you agreed with the AFROX, or it was done outside you by procurement? I submit, Chair.
Through the PS, senior accountant, you can respond to the question.
Thank you, Chair. The contract for the procurement of the Manford was only collected recently because we were looking for it in the past after discovering that it had been queried. So for the process that took place, I may not be privy to give you answers.
You were not part of the team?
I was not part of the team. Thank you.
Honorable Kando.
Thank you, Chair. Who was part of the team? Were the accountant or the director of finance or anything in resemblance of finance in control of the finances at Northwestern? Where is that person sitting now?
Head province, where are the people?
Thank you, Chair. The problem we have is that the office has undergone transition, so the people that were there at that particular time are not there. I submit.
Honorable Kando.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We have Accountant General's office. Could you trace for us your people? Where are they? The one who who was there during this query, the Accountant General, Chair, through you, could help us to find the person who was in charge and the head of procurement as well.
Accountant General's office.
Thank you, Chair. I think we'll try to trace through the Director of Finance, Minister of Health, because he's the overall in charge of...
Director of Finance?
Just a point of correction, Chair. The province does not choose Director of Finance, Minister of Health. It chooses the Director of Finance province to clear the contracts. I submit.
Do we have Director of Finance province?
Director of Finance, Northwestern Province.
Is here?
No, definitely I don't think they brought
not
him.
Here.
No, she is not here, Chair.
Do we have Human Resource Director for the province?
We have the Senior Human Resource Officer.
Is here?
He's outside, yes, Chair.
Yeah, he should know the people, because he's the one who transferred them. It's like in the Ministry of Health, we are transferring problems to other areas. Because there is no way PSC, someone has done something in Sorwezi, you take them to Lusaka, you take them to Mazabuka, same person. Then what are we sorting out? Nothing. We are creating, it's like digging a hole to bury a hole. That's what we are doing as a country.
Madam Chair, thank you for that observation, but you may also wish to note that the Cabinet Office had issued a circular just after August 2021 to stop the movement of senior officers, and I wish to also indicate that a number of these officers were moved just around that time, and we took note that yes, some officers who had to follow up on important issues in other districts had been moved to other districts, but that measure has been contained. Thank you.
PSC, these same cylinders, they were procured on the 20th April 2022, and then the province only reported to HQ on 13th October 2023. And also you wrote to the Attorney General on 7th November 2023. So now when you look at the dates, the head of Northwestern Province, why the delay in between when you had such a challenge? Through the PS, can you respond to the question?
Thank you, Chair. You may wish to know that there was a first letter that was written in 2022, I think April, but I was trying to trace that letter, which I've not been able to find. That was the first communication with Afrox. And I was reliably informed that after that letter, there used to be some verbal through telephone communications. So that is the gap that, Chair, you have observed. I submit.
Where's the human resource? Honorable Amnyema.
Where is the response from Office of the Attorney General? Have they responded?
PS.
We haven't received yet, and I also would like to mention that the provincial health director who is responding is hardly a month old in the office. I think for some time there was an officer who was acting, and I don't think they've completed the handovers to the substantive provincial health director who is responding now.
That's human resource. Huh? You can introduce yourself, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Kosa Mpandao, Senior Human Resource Management Officer, Ministry of Health, Northwestern.
How long have you been to Northwestern?
In Northwestern, I've been there since 2020.
2020, which month?
July. But as Senior Human Resource Management Officer, I've been there for, I think, since May this year.
There's a question for the cylinders. So we want to find out who was the procurement officer and accountant, senior accountant for Northwestern during this period.
The senior accountant was Mr. Mukelabai, who has since been transferred, I think, to State House, if I'm not mistaken.
And the procurement officer?
Okay, because there were again a few movements, I think, for the staff, but I should be Mr. Chainda, who is still there, because he was temporarily transferred to provincial administration and then brought back just a few months ago.
Honorable Kando.
I think we will have to touch base with the officers that were actually involved in this whole transaction, because it was happening at the provincial level, and the requisites in getting this contract should have been met, and unfortunately it looks like they were not. So I think we would just have to find the officers. But in the absence of the two that are not here, where is the one who was acting before the current PMD?
Who was acting, the provincial head?
Thank you, Chair. The senior information officer is at the station.
He's not here.
He's not here.
So maybe honorable members, as a committee, will have a position on this issue. We are not getting anything from the responses. We progress. We go to irregular withdrawal of cash. The Southern Province, Central, Lusaka, and Northern.
Chair, this irregular withdrawal of cash, I think the simple question is this appetite of not following regulations, PS, is thriving in your ministry. It's thriving. People just want to, because it's Southern, Central, Lusaka, Why didn't these officers follow regulation? What were their challenges? Because in your management response, you are saying it is regrettable that cash amounting to 55,000 was drawn as opposed to paying direct into the individual officers' bank accounts. Management wishes to report that the funds were collected on behalf of the drivers because at the time when the activity was approved, the program for the drivers were not certain, and therefore funds were drawn to be paid to the drivers that would be available at the time of undertaking the program. So we want to understand, PS, why across these provinces regulations are not being followed, and what punitive measures has been undertaken for these particular cases. You have, yeah.
Where is Southern Province? Southern, Central, Lusaka, Northern. And Southern Province is topping on the list with 14 transactions. Through the PS, Southern Province head, can you respond to the question asked by Honorable Wamnyima?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And not trying to make an excuse for an anomaly that was correctly and rightfully spotted. I think we've learned what happened in this case. There was a campaign that was coming, and our drivers were committed in other activities. So the accounting staff thought they pay the officers to pay the drivers when the activity starts. But I fully agree and understand that we abrogated the regulations, and moving forward we will not have such a thing repeat itself. But I do have the acquittal forms with me, the original ones, where all the drivers in question actually did sign. I submit.
Central Province? Use the mic.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we also acknowledge the anomaly which was done here. What really happened was money was paid initially to the officers who were supposed to undertake a blood bank collection activity. However, the day when they were supposed to go and collect, they were not able to do that because they were allocated to other activities. So this one created a bit of confusion. So the officer, in his own thinking, he thought, next time I'll collect the money and give the people the day when they are supposed to go for the activity, because earlier it was paid earlier. So this is what they did, but we discovered that this is an anomaly. We acknowledge that it's an anomaly, and we have since rectified this, and we are following procedures as laid down in the Public Financial Management Act. Now, I submit.
Honorable Kando.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, the apologies are not accepted. Through you, Chair. We cannot have same provinces coming through and through. It means there is something that is seriously wrong. Why are other provinces not appearing, and you are trying to top up, especially Southern Province? You are topping the list.
In fact, it's Lusaka.
Lusaka is topping the list.
8 plus 6 plus 3 plus 4.
Oh, Lusaka is topping the list, so
Yeah.
we can't accept that.
No.
But further, Chair, I think what we need to know, unless they are telling us they were not prepared for this, and if they are telling us that actually the officer withdrew the money, and how long he stayed with the money again now is another question from us. Because we withdrew the money to pay who? And waited for that program to come. It means public funds could have even been used. He stayed there with the money, and yet he knew that the program was not taking off. So why are we having a situation where, through you, controlling officer, where you have a situation where money is withdrawn, the people that are supposed to be paid are not known, only to be known on the particular date, say these are the drivers going? I thought there was a bit of, there must be planning before you know the drivers that you are going to use. Unlike a haphazard arrangement where you wake up and then you say, how many drivers are available, we take them.
Lusaka, we want to hear first their submissions. Lusaka province, you can't have the similar responses of saying, giving us excuses. You need to explain why this happened. We will not allow excuses. This is not a platform for excuses. We want responses from you so that we come up with a correct position as a committee to recommend. So, Lusaka province.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for your guidance. So for Lusaka province, there were two groups of transactions that which involved a regular cash withdrawal. So I'll start with the transaction regarding Rufunza, Chilanga, and Ruangwa districts. So in this case, funds were withdrawn to pay community-based volunteers at the time who had neither bank accounts or a mobile account. So they were paid through this process. So what we've done since, because we realized that this was erroneous, so what we've done is we've charged the DHDs for this particular district, and I think the charges are attached. But we've gone further also to guide the district that any volunteer who doesn't have either a bank account or a mobile account will not participate on our programs. But we realize that this is disempowering to communities. So in some cases, we will be writing, or in special cases, we'll be writing to ST for authority to pay volunteers. So that is one set of the transaction. The other set of the transaction, Chairperson, is around the blood bank. As you know, this is a special service, and at the time, what happened was that the funds were transferred from PHO to the blood bank. And then the blood bank decided that they transfer the account into the lead for the team as they were going for camping. And that is the person who had a same bank account in the same bank where also the blood bank holds the account. So their idea was that it would be quicker to get funds to the beneficiaries using that particular lead person for the blood bank. But we've also gone ahead to charge the blood bank coordinator, and we've advised that this process of giving funds to individuals should be stopped forthwith. But I also have to tell you, Chair, that there are also discussions in the background, because the blood bank is very unique. The blood needs are increasing in the province. So what has been proposed that we write to ST to seek for authority, so that in some special cases we can have authority to pay directly to maybe to one individual rather than a group. Thank you so much, Chair.
Northern Province.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the honorable members of the committee. For Northern Province, what led to this is the long distances from Usama district to Kasama, the only place where they can access banking services. So what happened was one officer was the one that went to collect these monies on behalf of the other officers. So this amount that is quoted here, the 31,313, one of them is for the one that actually went to collect on the for the group, the 8,560, which went directly into his account. So for the others, he corrected and gave them, and the documents are there that they acquitted. However, we regret that this was done against the laws. We cautioned the officers, and it's an issue of attrition. Sama district is not liked by many officers that we sent. Most of them ran away from the district. But the few that survive, we have continued with capacity building, and every time our senior accountant, human resources, they are in the district just to capacity build the people that are there. I submit.
Honorable Mkombe.
Chair, Rusaka did the correct thing. They charged the heads of institutions for going against the Minister of Finance, Treasury and Finance Management Circular of 2022. Of 2022. Now, for Northern Province, you are saying you just cautioned them, word of the mouth. For Central Province, you just cautioned them as well. Southern, just that. Is that the right way of doing things? Because we believe that government money was committed here, and then the officers went against the circular. So, Lusaka did the correct thing. They have written and they've charged. What are you doing about it yourselves in the other three provinces? Chair Summit.
Okay. Accountant General, there's something from.
Thank you, Chair. I think this issue of drawing cash is almost a slippery slope. As you heard, you know, there are certain districts where there are no banking services. Therefore, if we really say this thing is cast in stone, maybe what the officers should have done is to request for standing authority. Where there are no banking services, they should be allowed to draw impressed for by the maybe cashier so that they can pay out those allowances to these officers. Because if we say these people have to travel, let's say 250 kilometers to go and draw monies for their allowances, I don't see it as being practical. What they should request for is standing authority so that they can have that authority from the ST to be issuing impressed so that an officer can pay out these allowances in cash. I submit, Chair.
Heads of provinces have heard through your PS submission from the Accountant General's office. Honorable Likando.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with the observation by the Accountant General. Even the explanations, if these explanations were given to auditors, I don't think this could have come up to here. But because controlling officer, you find people are not willing to put their explanation forth so that people can understand what is the challenge. I don't believe the Auditor General's office is so antagonistic that they cannot listen to what you are saying to us in those exceptional circumstances where you have a place where you cannot reach and there's one person who can only go to the bank and withdraw and come back. They would still accept and look at what it's provided. The only problem, Chair, is people are not willing even to do the write-ups which we are talking about here, so that they can have that standing, yes, so that they could be helped. Those where these rules have been set, they could be able to favor those that have no such conditions which we are looking at. So unfortunately, I think our officers there, directors, they leave these things to the end, controlling officer, up to the time when you are coming here. Then we start talking about things that could have been sorted at the province. I submit, Chair. Maybe we move to infrastructure.
So PS, considering the submissions from your heads of provinces, there's need to start your capacity building from the provincial heads, then going down, because their responses are not good. So don't just go to the district, start from the province going down so that they move at the same page as a team. So we can go to infrastructure development. That's Bangweulu. Bangweulu is in northern. Luapula. So Luapula should remain there. It's northern? Northern. Okay. Bangweulu. Lupososh. Yeah. Lupososh. That's northern province. Honorable Daka.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I would like to find out as a committee from the controlling officer, first of all, why these works have stalled. Is it in line with the fact that the contractor was not getting paid, or is it that eventually that we owe the contractor colossal sums of money and that's why they have left the site or they have abandoned the works? Madam Chairperson, the second question that I would find out, that I would like to find out from the controlling officer, is whether the contract under the construction of the Bangor General Hospital is still valid, because many times we have discovered that most of these contracts have expired, and to that effect, government now, if they have to recommence the works or they have to revalidate the works, they have to start from the scratch. So, controlling officer, you can take these two questions. I submit, Madam Chair.
PS, you can respond to the questions or redirect them.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think before I comment, let me ask the infrastructure
Director
expert to provide the details on this project.
Infrastructure Director can respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chairperson, and through the PS, I thank you for this opportunity. Bangor General Hospital, yes, indeed, it's in Northern Province, and this is a hospital that was supposed to be constructed up to 2021. The project as it is now is stalled because I think in 2020 or so we had a directive from government to say all projects that are below 40% will not be funded. So unfortunately, all projects that are below 80% would not be funded. Unfortunately, Bangor was found to be in the bracket of being at 40%. The contractor was paid for the works that he had done. So government does not owe him anything. As for the second question from Honorable Daka. In terms of the validity of the contract, that one we may have to check through our procurement. We had changed the mode of asking for performance bonds. The performance bonds were tied to a period and a date of completion. So I'll need to counter-check that. When the validity period is attached to the date of completion, it only matters when the contractor, or it only expires when the contractor attains the completion date. But in such a case, the completion date has not yet been attained, but we need to counter-check that with our procurement persons. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Mwamba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Considering the project is at 40%, what assurances can you give the committee that the structures will not be vandalized as we await on the way forward? Thank you.
Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you very much for that question, Honorable. We recognize the fact that the works are not ongoing, so our official position is that the Provincial Health Office, together with our colleagues from Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing and Urban Development, do a regular check to see how the structures are. On top of that, I think Ministry of Health has also put some members of staff as watchmen together with the contractors' personnel there on site. So in terms of vandalism, we are sure that it will be kept because we've got a personnel on site. Thank you. I submit.
Just a follow-up question, Director Infrastructure. You know, we went to Northern and Luapula, where we had projects which were at 98%, they were vandalized. Now, what about the 40%? Across the districts, those district offices, administrative offices. Now, we are talking of a 40% building. So, the provincial head, can you respond to that question? The issue of vandalism, what is on the ground?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can concur with what you have said. We have people that are on the ground that are being paid some allowances by the provincial administration as well as provincial health office. I was there a few weeks ago. It has not been vandalized.
Honorable Amim.
Chair,
members can ask on Chilubi also. Yeah.
Chair, I'm struggling to believe the status of these projects is okay, because I I also have such properties that were the constraints and they're being vandalized. So, for example, this contractor demobilized. Was there a site handover of the status? I'm asking this to maintenance. For this status, wherever he left it, because government cannot pay him anymore. And against what are you saying it's not been vandalized? Because if there was a site handover, say I've left 6 window panes, I've left this. So is there more like a maintenance checklist? Because the people that are on there that you're paying them to do what? What is the scientific approach you are using to ensure that this is not being vandalized? Because if they're just there guarding nothing, checking against no report, they're guarding nothing. So maintenance infrastructure, help us. Is there a maintenance checklist against which the site was left at the time of when the contractor demobilized?
Honorable Daka.
Chairperson, I would like to take the controlling officer to the construction of 52-bed student hostel Chiruvi Nursing School in Chiruvi district. Controlling officer, normally in any contract with regard to resolving dispute, there's an arbitration clause which is provided for under most government contracts. Now, the question is from the committee, did you exhaust, did you take this dispute before any arbitrator? If you did, what matters? What is it that has taken you to court with this contractor? The committee would want to know what kind of disputes are you having with this contractor so as to lead you to end up in court, or to end up in court? Because normally you start with arbitration, and most of these disputes are resolved at arbitration stage. So we would want to know as a committee, was there an arbitration clause in this contract? Did you undertake an arbitration before you went to court? And what kind of dispute are before the courts of law? Madam Chairperson, I submit.
Through the PS, maybe the first question from Honorable Amnyima can be responded by the head for the province. Honorable Kando.
Chair, may I add a question on what Honorable Amnyima has said? In response to this same question on Bangolo General Hospital, the Director Infrastructure, I think, says he thinks that the stoppage or the movement of the contractor out of site in 2020 was as a result of pronouncement by government that 40%, those structures that are below 80% should do. Could we have a letter that indicates that the work should have been stopped so that the contractor could leave that whatever? Let's have. We want to look at the exact time that when that was instructed.
Provincial head.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start by saying that yes, we do not have a measurement tool on how they what they are guarding, but they are always there guarding. What happened was apart from the directive, there was also negotiations going on in the background. The negotiations were that the contractor still has that contract. What had changed was the amounts, what he had planned for to spend. After many years, the price has changed. So they were renegotiating on the amounts. That is why, again, it is stopped. I submit.
The second part of the question from Honorable Kando.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't get the question. Sorry? There was no secular.
That was the directive from government.
Yeah.
It was the directive for all the projects in the country, government projects. So
we
now
understand it could be policy, it could be pronouncement. Has it got any backing in writing from the Secretary to Cabinet instructing So could we have a sight of that? That's what we are looking for. So that we can look at, yes, we can look at why this contractor abandoned in 2020, he left. He was not on site in 2020.
Was it in 2020? Provincial head, or maybe the PS can help.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think the observation has been noted. We will endeavor to provide the circular for verification, but I should think that the Office of the Accountant General is also in possession of this policy directive.
Accountant General. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I'm aware of that directive, Chair, but the circular, I will try to get it. I submit.
Honorable Mkumbi. Oh, so there was a question from Honorable Daka to the PS.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think it was on 52-bed facility at Chiluvi Island, Chiluvi
Nursing school.
Yes, nursing school. So I think the Provincial Health Director would give us the detail on this one.
Chiluvi is also northern?
Yes.
Okay. The mic, PS, can switch off the mic.
Maybe a bit of background on this one. The contract, I think, had nothing to do with the Provincial Health Office. It was done through the provincial admin. The Provincial Health Office was just a channel of where money was coming. So everything, the tendering, the agreements were done at the provincial administration. So even the disputes, how they have gone about it, were done at the provincial administration. Even where it is now, our human resource officer is the one that is helping us go to stand there. This is the latest I have, going for summons. Is just representing the office because the monies were coming to the provincial health office. Everything else is through the provincial administration. I submit.
So do you have an idea of the status quo of the case at the moment?
Yes, at the moment they had the first sitting where Mr. Charles Sipangwe, the former PS, and the two others were the contractors, were summoned before court. It was read, and again they have been summoned on the 29th of this month. That's when we will have an update.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Kando.
Chair, through the controlling officer, Minister of Health, if you have read Director Provincial Health, have you looked at the wording of the query? On Bangwelu, in January 2018, the Northern Provincial Health Office engaged Sunshare, not the provincial administration. The Provincial Health Office engaged Sunshare. That was one. Two, in February 2020, the Northern Province Health Office engaged the Mumash Construction and Suppliers to construct 52 whatever bed. So, is it your submission now that this procurement was not done by the Provincial Health Office but by the provincial administration? I submit, Chair.
Provincial head.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the first one, the Bangwaulu, yes, the content is okay. I'm very sure of Chiluvi that it is provincial health office. I've worked in Northern Province for over 12 or 15 years. I have been there to see the documents which they have at Chiluvi. It was the provincial administration. If this is a new submission from me, yes, it is not.
So, Honorable, maybe let's. Okay, maybe let me just guide Honorable Kando. The issue of the one who was saying provincial administration is not for Bangweulu, it's for Chiluvi, the 52-bed student hostel. Then this one for Bangweulu is the Provincial Health Administration. So that's the difference. But the one he responded as Provincial Administration was for Chiluvi. So we can make a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, it should have come as a point of order. This submission, Chair, through you to the controlling officer, this submission is made by the controlling officer, the ministry. So you, PMO, PMD, you don't withdraw. It's one withdrawn by the person who is in charge of this submission. So as we are literally just asking you to correct. But further to that, Chair, if this wording is not as correct, Director of the province, it's your duty to indicate to the controlling officer what is correct. Because this is the wording here. It's in February 20, the Northern Province Health Office engaged Mumash. So if this is not a correct position, it should have been corrected by you indicating to the controlling officer so that we have a right record. Unlike now to say the true record is that the provincial administration engaged Mumash. That's what I wanted to indicate, Chair. So I think we can proceed to the next other issues.
Proceed, progress. Honorable Daka.
Madam Chairperson, the Ministry of Health were the user ministry for this project for the construction of 52-bed student hostel. The question that I posed is based on the contract, and I'm sure you are privy to the contracts that the provincial administration signed. You can't tell me this contract is not sitting in your office. What I asked is purely technical, and I expected you to have taken keen interest of what was happening in your ministry or in your department. The questions are straightforward. Why are you in court, first of all, when actually in any government contract there's an arbitral clause which is included? And if you are in court, what kind of dispute have taken you before the court of law? And you are admitting that there's a person who actually goes to attend these court sessions. Why is it difficult that you can't respond to my questions? That's what I'm asking, Madam Chairperson.
Provincial Head, can you respond to the question?
Yes.
Why are you in court?
Why we are in court is because the stage at which it is now is not corresponding to the amount that we were given. This thing, I will repeat, they were doing a contract on behalf of the provincial health affairs. That's why maybe this wording is like this. In the actual sense, the ones that were sitting on the contract coming up with were people at the provincial administration. So I hope it is clear, because what I'm saying is this was a high, what can I say, the amount involved was too huge. It could not be handled by the provincial health office. So the threshold, it went to the provincial administration. At the provincial administration, they entered a contract on behalf of the provincial health office. That's why the wording is like this.
You don't respond, Honorable Daka. Speak through the chair.
So I hope my submission is making a bit of some sense, but that is what is on the ground. Why we are in court? When you go to Chiruvi, the monies that were paid are not corresponding to the actual things that have been done there. So they have said, we paid you for this, we expected you to be on this percent, but you are still on 40. I submit.
Okay, I think we leave it here. Since it's already in court, we can't be discussing the issue which is already in court. Maybe AG can guide us.
Yeah, I think he has touched on the issue that I wanted to clarify, that because of the issues of threshold, the provincial administration procurement committee handled this on behalf of the provincial health office. However, the officers from provincial health office were present in that procurement meeting. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Daka.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, which means they have the information. Because if the AG is acknowledging the fact that they were present in that procurement meeting, which means they were part of everything. There has to be ownership. They cannot sign any contract without your presence. So, which means you are capable of responding to the questions that we raised. That did you pass through the arbitration before you go to court? Are you aware whether you passed through the arbitration? What was so difficult for you to resolve these matters at the arbitration stage? That's what we wanted to know.
Honorable Dak, we've already passed, since the case is already in court, so now we can't go backwards. We are already there in court. Honorable.
I think we can proceed to the next one. But the observation is the controlling officer gave himself this contract. So it says something that is a bit pure. Yeah, the former controlling officer of the province gave himself something that he's not supposed to get, and he was sitting on huge monies compared to the works that were being done. So that's some of the activities that are very annoying in terms of public resource.
Proceed. I'll go to construction of OPD at Lukambanga in Mansa district. Mansa is Rapula. So can we have Rapula head? Honorable Mukumbi.
Thank you, Chair. On Rukangava OPD. Yeah. Chair, there's some correspondence here, and at the time these works told they were at 92%. We are now being informed that the contractor did apply for a variation, which has been accepted, though we don't see any documents in there, apart from just 2 letters or so. So, Chair, I want to know at what percentage is this variation? Number one. Number two, has the contractor moved on site? Chair, I submit.
Controlling officer can respond to 2 questions or redirect them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask for details from the provincial medical officer.
Wapula Province.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I do agree with the Honorable Member that the works are now at 92%. The works that have been done so far. This was the contract which was awarded in 2018, and an advance payment was made towards the same. That's why the contractor managed to go up to 92% of the works. So the contractor is remaining with 8% of the works to be done, and the contractor has mobilized and is on site. The variation which was done from 2018 to 2021 because of fluctuation in prices, he was claiming now 197,000 kwacha, which was approved by the Ministry of Infrastructure, that the contractor can go ahead to complete the works. And the funds are now available, and the contractor is back on site. We expect these works to be completed before the end of this year. I submit.
Progress. Failure to maintain assets. Honorable Kando. Switch off your mic.
Chair, on failure to maintain assets, Nyimba is one of them.
Eastern Province.
Nyimba is one of them. Controlling officer Gwembe is one of them. I know Gwembe is not here, but the challenge that you have for Nyimba is the same challenge that you have for that Gwembe hospital, which is cracked. And I heard your director infrastructure say they have standard what word did he use? Designs. He has standard designs for all the infrastructure that they have around the country. Much of that statement is sounding good, but we have challenges with these standard designs. Why controlling officer Director Infrastructure through controlling office, why do you have standard designs that do not carry geotests to test the soils, the movement of the earth and all that, whether in that area there are tremors or not? Why do you have a standard design that you want to use across? End result, we have Nyimba, we have Gwembe, and many other parts, just because of this standard design, which you want to put in every corner. Why don't you do a better job as infrastructure? I submit, Chair.
PS.
Thank you.
The Director Infrastructure, through the PS, you can respond to those questions.
You can respond.
Through the chair, thank you very much for that question and observation. Yes, indeed, the ministry has standard designs that we apply in all our infrastructure needs. Coming to your observation, Honorable, that was a lapse on our part where we are not doing the geotech surveys. We've since come to realize that that one is a must-do, and we've incorporated that now on our infrastructure that we currently undertake. For Nyimba, you may be averse to the fact that this one was started way back in 2017 there, but now we've realized that we were missing out that most important stage of doing the site surveys. We need to undertake the geotech examinations as well. I submit.
Honorable Daka, you had your question?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Director, in terms of quantification, how much loss has government encountered because of this negligence which came from the technocrats? Because you cannot use generic designs in areas such as Gwembe and Nyimba because of the soil textures. You know very well that they are it's clay soil, most of them. So you cannot lay foundations on a clay matter. You expect movements. So in terms of loss, how much in terms of amount has this caused to government? Because this negligence has caused a loss to government. Madam Chairperson, I submit.
Director Infrastructure through the PS.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, we recognize this fact. The variation that is going to be undertaken at Nyimba is one that is known. I think we can do a quid pro quo to that. Maybe the Provincial Health Director may give us a quotation that we've gotten from the person that is going to do the underpinning of Nyimba Hospital. I submit, Chair.
Director Eastern Province.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members. For Nyimba specifically, the repair works are estimated at just over 900,000 kwacha. And these works, maybe just to clarify that for us, we think that at the time of audit, these funds were not available to us, and hence the Auditor General kept the audit query. Government has since released these funds to us, and we have proceeded in the last 1 month to procure these services. The contract, as we speak, is running and will be closing at the end of December. I thank you.
Honorable Kando.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you to the controlling officer and the infrastructure people. Have you now done your geotech reports to ascertain what type of structure or how you want to redo that structure? Could we be guided? I submit, Chair.
Director Infrastructure through the PS can respond to those questions.
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, the geotech reports were done. So if you look at the next phase that was being undertaken, the structural design for the substructures are slightly different. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Daka.
Madam Chairperson, a follow-up. You know, this is a committee of facts. We don't rely on speculations. Director of Infrastructure, are you in a position to lay the geotech and the subsequent appropriate structural design before this committee? I submit, Madam Chair.
Director Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chairperson. At the moment, I may not submit that report. As you may well be aware, our supervisors, Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, those are the people that do the geotech designs, or the geotech tests, and also do the designs for the substructures for hospitals. So I'm not in possession of the report at the moment. I submit.
Honorable Wamyem.
Chair, how factual is his statement without, referring us to the sister ministers? So why is he submitting things he's got no proof about?
Director of Infrastructure, why are you submitting something that you don't have? You can respond through the PS.
Thank you, Chair. That's why at first I asked through the Provincial Health Director to help me with the costing, because through that variation, that's where the details are. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Kando.
Chair, we get concerned when we see a bit of disjoint in terms of the working relationship between the infrastructure and your ministry. You are infrastructure person, and I guess you are working with engineers and planners at the ministry there. Why do you have to tell us that you have never had a sight of the bill of quantities for this same infrastructure that is supposed to be worked on in Nyimba? And even the designs from infrastructure, you don't have them. As a person who is sitting to look at the structure, what input are you putting in terms of ensuring that what infrastructure has done is what you need as a ministry?
Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chairperson. As you heard from the Provincial Health Director, this is when they've done with the evaluation, and we are expecting that report to be handed over to us. At the province, we have an infrastructure officer who is also supposed to give us the report of what is obtaining there.
Honorable Kando.
I think, Chair, Director Infrastructure, the controlling officer through you to the Director Infrastructure. And the question is very clear. These designs, geotech reports and many other reports from Ministry of Infrastructure are done here in Lusaka, given to the infrastructure in Eastern Province. The question that we are asking you is, what is your working relationship between you as the Director in charge of infrastructure to ensure that these jobs are done accordingly? Where are this? You have no sight of the bill of quantities, you have no sight of the designs. And then we're asking you here that why and how you are failing to answer. You are referring us to Eastern Province. That is supposed to be the order controlling officer, where the director is not aware of what is happening in Eastern, but he's sitting here as a person who is actually in charge of infrastructure across the country in terms of Ministry of Health. And what we are saying, controlling officer, is the truth. Gwembe is falling apart because of these generic designs that are being given all over without any geotests and so forth.
PS.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just wanted to reassure the Honorable Member who has raised an important question that our working relation with the technical team at Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development is very good. We have been working together for many years, and most of the projects we have delivered them together. I just wanted to emphasize that in most cases, if there is an adjustment to the structural designs, usually is done together with our colleagues at Ministry of Infrastructure. Of course, as a user ministry, we do have input from the functional side of the facility, but in terms of the technical adjustments, those are usually led by the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and that applies to these facilities. I must mention that that even when we change the designs for these district level hospitals, I think that exercise was done together by ourselves, the infrastructure experts from the Ministry of Health, together with the engineers from Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. It's unfortunate that of course, over a couple of years or so much changes in terms of, I would say, temperature and soil structures has happened, and maybe this could be attributed to the impact of climate change that we are seeing. But I think before that, a number of these structures were fairly stable. But I'm happy that they have responded to this and they continue working together, as I have mentioned. I submit.
Honorable Wamnyima. The mic.
Chair, I'm progressing to
unaccounted for motorbikes.
Yes.
Mazabuka district.
Controlling officer, you've made your submission on this particular issue, that 5 motorbikes that were unaccounted for, costing 99,000, almost 100,000. The issues at the police. Has there been any progress with the police on this particular issue?
PS.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me ask the Provincial Medical Director to respond.
Provincial Medical Director for Southern Province.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the progress with the police has been extremely slow, because even this morning we're actually trying to make follow-ups on how much progress has been made. So it's still, the investigations are still going on, and we are still waiting for the final report from the police. I submit.
You've heard the response? Honorable Daka, can you ask through the mic? Honorable Wamnyima.
Chair, what's the response? I didn't get the response.
Because you are not paying attention, you are debating while seated.
No. We are consulting among ourselves. There's a geo report in this, which is
in the submission, but
for the same.
Yes.
For the same question.
No, for the previous question. So that's what we are looking at. This title.
So now we are talking about motorbikes. You asked for a question for
yes,
motorbikes.
Chair. So can he repeat his answer?
Thank you again, Chair. The police are still carrying out their investigations, and as of this morning, the update that we got is that the investigations are still open and they haven't yet been concluded. I submit.
Honorable Wamnyima.
Okay. How long has this matter been with the police?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think we discovered this issue around January this year when we were doing an asset verification in all our districts. And that is the time around which we actually charged the officers and we reported this matter to the police. So it's as long as probably around February this year to date. I submit.
Progress. Honorable Mwamba, next question. Lack of a faction ambulance, Mbara District, Northern Province. Or is it Muchinga?
Mbala district
Mbala.
is northern province.
Northern, okay. Mchinga province, you are there? Okay. Honorable
Mbala
Mwamba.
is northern.
Northern, oh sorry, I like Mchinga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Controlling Officer, in your submission, you've submitted that in the interim, the institution, which is Mbala District Health Office, uses the land cruisers, 2 of them, for referrals. I wanted to we wanted to find out as a committee, have the land cruisers been fitted with necessary equipment and devices intended to stabilize patients while transporting them to a fixed health facility? I submit, Chair.
Provincial head, Northern Province.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the PS. No, they have not been fitted with anything. Madam Chair, you might wish to know that most of the vehicles in the province are old, including ambulances. The fitting of the necessary equipment cannot be done from the provincial or district office. It has to be done from Lusaka. So I think we can take it back to HQ to maybe talk on the latest on what is happening. Otherwise, the picture is not good for both the ambulances and utility vehicles. They are limping, I submit.
Honorable Mwira.
Thank you, Chair. So, through controlling officer, the submission is that then these vehicles are being used as ambulances but not fit to be ambulances. Isn't that posing a danger to the patients under these circumstances, and especially that it's a government that is operating vehicles that are supposed to be fitted with mobile ambulances and not having done so? Isn't that a danger now to the patients?
Through the PS, do you have another question on the same? Well, through the PS, provincial head, you can respond to that question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Wouldn't say it is a danger or it's not a danger, but patients arrive in Kasama. They don't die. We make sure that we stabilize the patients in Mbala before they are transported.
Can you repeat your response?
Yes, Madam Chair. What I'm saying is that the situation on the ground, you need to go around. The situation is the same, I'm sure, in most of the provinces. All the ambulances, all the utility vehicles. But me and the other medical doctors, what we do is we make sure we stabilize the patients to be fit to move on a land cruiser which has no medical equipment but with nurses or doctors on board. In this case, to at least reach them to Kasama. Sometimes what we do is we ask for a proper ambulance from the neighboring districts and transport. But many times even the other ambulances are busy, but we just have to take the patients to Kasama. So we stabilize them. I submit.
Chair, the committee finds your answer unacceptable. And you're not here to speak for other districts. This is the same other district. Where? It's not the same in Nalolo. So speak for yourself. This thing of saying people arrive alive, so it's okay. No. We can't accept that, Chair, that response. From a senior person like you. You withdraw. Can you withdraw that statement? It's unacceptable.
Can you withdraw? And do a request.
Yeah, for the purpose of progress, I can withdraw, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Progress. Honorable Kando.
Chair, we mean business here, and we want answers that are befitting to the committee and to the nation. I think the issue of ambulance for Mbala, provincial controlling officer, provincial director of health, you have given a glaring picture of what is obtaining on the ground. And what we find unbefitting is A situation where you are saying, you know, with these same ambulances, people are able to reach and they don't die. It's like someone, you have already given us a picture of these ambulances. And then you are saying, no, actually, even if we carry a patient without any support systems in there to ensure that this patient reaches Kasama, they reach. We don't believe that. And I think that is a statement that is unbefitting to some extent, because we don't believe what you are telling us. If you have given a picture of ambulances that are so rugged, then you are saying, no, actually, they just reach as long as we find that unacceptable. And they are actually, even on you are giving a conditional withdrawal, which is not supposed to be the case. These ambulances, if they are finished and they are done, just tell us that they are done, so that we can take the Secretary to Treasury will be coming here to answer some of these queries after I have submitted these ministries. So we need facts before this committee controlling officer, so that those facts that you are giving us, we also now take it to the Secretary to Treasury, who will come here to respond to some of these issues that are being raised. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Mnyema.
Chair, he cannot withdraw for the purpose of progress. He's there to serve the people. Withdrawing for the purpose of progress, you are employed, you are on a salary, you come to this committee to say you are here to withdraw for the purpose of progress. We can't accept this behavior from a civil servant. We can't accept it. He needs to understand this is a serious committee. You are withdrawing for progress because you are happy with that status.
Okay, Honorable Mnyema. Provincial Head, can you remove the condition? Just withdraw.
Yeah, Madam Chairperson, I withdraw.
I missed it.
And wholeheartedly. And I have a heart for the patient.
You are a doctor?
I've met condoms.
Yours is to?
Mine is to save the patients.
To save life, eh?
Yes, patients.
So saving life should not be by saying progress. You need to find a way of helping your people in a better way. Yeah.
Yeah, I withdraw. That's why, Madam Speaker, I was so passionate. Northern Province is a rural province with a lot of problems. I withdraw wholeheartedly. I hope the Member of Parliament has heard me. I withdraw.
Honorable Kando.
Thank you, Director, for your approach to things, so that we can. Now, the question which we are asking you through the controlling officer is, you are saying the fitting of some of these, the fittings that are supposed to be in ambulance should be done at the headquarters here. Have you made any requests based on on what you are submitting to this committee, that actually these ambulances are not in good shape, be it utility vehicles and the ambulance? Have you made requests, specific requests from Bala to the controlling officer who is seated, or the ministry? Have you made any requests so that you can have a replacement?
Provincial Head, have you?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I've made several requests for us to have new ambulances, new vehicles. I've not made any specific request to put new equipment on old vehicles. I've made requests and I've got documents that I can give to show. But we have been assured that the procurement process for the ambulances and utility vehicles is on the way. So that is the status current.
Let's progress, honorable members. Failure to insure motor vehicles and motorcycles, Southern Province. Southern Province, are there? Okay. Honorable members. Honorable Mnyema.
Thank you, Chair. Controlling officer, we have vehicles here for Southern Province, Chikankata, Chirundu, Teji, Kazungula, by and large is Southern Province. And it also includes motorcycles. Controlling officer, why were these vehicles only insured after audit? Why were they reacting? If one of these assets had been involved in a write-off accident, the government would lose out. So why are the officers only insuring after audit? I submit, Chair.
Southern Province Head, can respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think following the audit findings and the revelation that some of our motorized transport was not insured, as a province, we took immediate steps and measures. We first of all started by writing to all the district heads, reminding them of the importance of ensuring that all the motorized transport is insured. It's for their own safety and for their own good. And we also helped some of these districts that didn't have the resources to insure through the user fees under COVID funding. We actually insured some of these motorized equipment as Provincial Health Office. I submit.
Honourable members, can even ask for the management of vehicles service centres. Can combine the questions. Honourable Mwamba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Fondola Provincial Health Office, under management of vehicle service centres. The wheel alignment machine had its operating software in Chinese language. So I wanted to find out, Chairperson, what is the position of the manufacturer regarding the software which is in Chinese? Has something been done about it, or is it still in Chinese? Thank you.
So this one we have Southern, Copper Belt, Wapula and Central. You are all there? Copper Belt is there? So maybe Southern Province, you can respond.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Again, we did write as a province to the ministry, because the biggest problem which was there was actually the software to update this equipment, which was duly installed at in Livingstone. So we are still waiting for the feedback. I submit.
Wapula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Madam Chairperson. I think as for us, it's the same thing that has been reported from Southern Province. I think our CPU, this is in the computer, I think it's 40. And also the software is also configured in Chinese. It's the same response. We're also waiting for feedback from the center on the way forward on this one. I submit.
Copper Belt.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I think for Copper Belt it's the same issue. We are still waiting for the translated software.
You are waiting from who?
From the ministry. We had written to the ministry to assist.
Okay, maybe the PS can respond this. PS. The question is sitting at the ministry.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chairperson, on the 17th of August 2022, the ministry wrote to AVIC International seeking for their intervention over the software of some of the important equipment which were in Chinese, and there is no evidence of response from AVIC International. We will just pursue this matter further. I submit.
Honourable Mwira. The mic, the PS mic.
Thank you, Chair. Overall, on these vehicle service centers, it's clear that government invested a lot of money to set them up, and now we are seeing that some of the equipment is in Chinese and whatever. So I want to find out on all of them the status. If each office can give us what is the status. Are these vehicle centers even operating as at today? Because a lot of money and equipment put in, but then we see all these issues and challenges, and we know the problem we have with the government fleet across the country. Chairperson, I want to find out what is the status of all these Choma, Ndola, Mansa, Kabwe, the vehicle service centers. Thank you.
Central Province, what's the status?
Thank you very much, Chair. For Central Province, the main issue was really of filling the positions, key positions for auto mechanic not being filled. Only 2 of the positions for auto mechanics are funded and filled, and only 1 position for auto electrical mechanic is funded and filled. The rest of the positions will be considered once Treasury Authority is granted. So we are waiting for Treasury granted to fill the other positions which are not yet filled. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Mwira. Switch off your mic.
Before the others respond, what I want to find out is, are these facilities working as vehicle service centers as at now? And if not, of course, others have been highlighted in terms of the equipment, others it's to do with human resource, but are they operating at full capacity? That's my question. Thank you, Chair.
We go back to Central Province.
Thank you, Chair. The service centers are operating and we are getting the services from them, the vehicle service centers. However, in terms of personnel, we may say that we still need a bit of help so that more can be employed so that we can get the maximum from them. I submit, Chair.
Copper Belt.
Chairperson, the Vehicle Service Center for Copper Belt based in Ndola is working well. I think we've referred a lot of vehicles from other districts, and on a weekly basis they are telling us what they are doing. So ideally, working at full capacity, that is not probably what we can say. They still are limping on staffing especially, but we know that if we did that, if we gave them enough staff, they should be able to work, properly and at full capacity. But otherwise, they are very, very functional.
Southern Province.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Like my colleagues have indicated, our vehicle service center is operational but not optimized in terms of the other specialized maintenance that they need to do, because we find ourselves referring other vehicles to Toyota and other specialized dealers for certain services. Otherwise, we're utilizing them. We even use them to go around all our districts on a quarterly basis to do motor vehicle assessments and identify those that have problems and then come up with a course required to fix those. I submit.
Wapula.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. For Wapula Province, it's the same picture as my colleagues have stated. It's operational, apart from the pieces of equipment that we have talked about. I submit.
Okay. Progress. Honorable Kando.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, through the controlling officer, the vehicle service centers, Chair, I think through the controlling officer, I think the sampled provinces need to be serious in terms of managing the vehicle service centers. You see, much as we are hearing all the sweet things that are coming out there, let me give an example of a seal on Paul Lifter leaking, and now we are being told it has been replaced. Then you have a 30-ton pressing machine, broken seal, it was leaking or it was not repaired, now it has been. So do we really have to wait for the auditors general to come into these workshops, to come and tell us that a seal is leaking on a lifter or on a presser? I don't believe in what I'm being told here. Because if a seal is leaking and it has to wait up to the time when an auditor comes into the workshop, then that's when a seal is replaced. Then we are now reading that if it's a controlling officer, if these workshops were being looked into or they were being taken care of, you wouldn't find a seal that is leaking, and the auditors come back even when you are responding after they have found that the workshops are not doing very well. You fail to come and tell them, say, no, actually this was just not working, we have put a seal, so that this could not come before this committee. So what are they telling us? And this the alignment machine installed in 2017, up to now the CPU is not working, and we are being told, no, it's okay, now everything is working. I don't believe this. I think a controlling officer take charge. These sampled officers are just speaking for the few, for the many. The vehicle service centers are not in good shape, not what we knew before.
So that's your question, PS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what the honorable committee members raised is correct. I think that was one of my responsibilities when I took over the office, because I realized that the government was spending a lot of money on taking our motor vehicles to these franchise dealers, and so we embarked on the process to just assess these motor vehicle centers. And it is true that a lot of work in terms of, first of all, management of the vehicle service centers has to be done. And two, from 1999 to now, some of the equipment needs to be recapitalized, because I think the technology out there has advanced. The concept behind the motor vehicle centers was to try and also attract clients from the private sector so that they could be self-sustaining. I don't think that has happened. So I think that we will continue to ensure that these vehicle service centers are restored and they are fully functional. I think we've put that into the program. So this is just a reminder. Thank you.
Honorable members, we progress. Failure to recover advances. These are administrative issues. So let's Honorable Longo, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Failure to recover advances. J. The terms and conditions for service public service number 92 requires that an advance of salary recovered within a reasonable period but not exceeding 6 months. Below there's a table. Then we can see that about 77 officers, Central, Southern, Western, amounting to 465,880. As of 3rd June 2023, there was nothing that happened. My question would be, what did you delay effecting deduction, and what action have you taken to the failed? What action have you taken to the officers who have failed to do the deductions? Thank you.
Okay, through the PS we have Lusaka Province, Southern, Eastern, Luapula for this question. So maybe Southern is there. You can respond to that question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to submit that we've now started getting our deductions through the payroll for all those that had advances. I think one of the issues that contributed to us delaying in terms of effecting the deductions was that we didn't have a dedicated officer who was handling the side advances, but now we've assigned one accounting personnel and the human resource personnel who are specifically addressing this issue. I submit.
Thank you. Lusaka?
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. So for Lusaka, there was one officer that was involved, and the advance, as you can see, was 20,000. So the particular issue here is that after the officer obtained the salary advance, later on his contract was not renewed. So he basically was out of employment. And also what we did is we wrote to the ministry so that from his gratuity we can recover this 20,000 advance. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Eastern Province? Luapula? Where's Eastern? So Luapula can respond. Eastern, you can join the group. Luapula. Luapula?
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm from Eastern Province.
Okay, you can respond.
But just wanted to clarify that Eastern Province is not cited here.
It's not here?
No, not here.
Isn't it this one? Oh, no, advance. Okay, sorry. Hmm? Western.
Thank you, Chairperson. The recoveries, Chairperson, have been effected. This anomaly arose from our oversight as an office because at the time the payroll was being, management was being shifted to the districts. I think we lapsed. But going forward, we've appointed an accounts officer and an HR officer that make sure that every month when the inputs are being done, those who have gotten advances will notify the districts. Recoveries are affected, I submit.
Which one? Lusaka? Lusaka have submitted? Yes. Okay. We are done. We can progress. On value added tax. That's why we have Lusaka, Southern, Eastern, and Luapula. Honorable members can ask a question on value added tax. Honorable Amnyema.
Chair, just a question on these issues. What is the status now? Has the VAT been submitted to ZRA for all these concerned provinces? And what was the overlap? Why did the officers overlook such a key role of withholding VAT?
Lusaka province.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. So for Lusaka province, yes, indeed, the auditors' findings were noted, but I can confirm that actually all the VAT refunds were confirmed have been remitted. So the companies were actually compliant. Thank you.
Southern province.
Thank you, Chair. I think for the two established companies, that is Vehicle Center, that is former Toyota Zambia and Auto World, the VATs were remitted directly to ZRA. But we did write to ZRA to have the other two companies, that is Tukutuku and Fast Mobile, for them to remit the tax. I submit.
Eastern province.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members. Eastern Province just acknowledges that the audit finding was correct. The officers did overlook this responsibility. The district health director in Ngundazi was subsequently charged for this, and we are supporting them to report, to make these payments in real time. Out of the outstanding amount of 31,000, we still have 14,000 that is not yet paid to ZR. Not that it's not paid, it's we don't have confirmation for that payment. And the issue, I think we've had a lot of engagements with both ZRA and the contractors or the companies themselves, but it's the issue of separating the documentation from the companies. Because what we tried to do was to get to the companies to confirm this payment, but they have not been able, because of their own record keeping and the fact that they make these monthly payments as one tranche and they're unable to separate the very specific payments for the 14,000. Thank you, Chairperson.
Luapula.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This failure to withhold tax happened in Incharenga District Health Office, and the VAT payable was 12,257. I wish to report for now that the companies involved, Toyota Zambia and the Auto World, have availed proof that this remittance was done to the ZRA. I submit.
Bolungu. Switch off the mic there.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I want to find out, the committee would like to find out from these provinces, Lusaka, Southern, Eastern, and Luapula, over the incidents that transpired over the VAT and ZRIA. What assurance are you giving the committee that this trend will not escalate? It's going to be reduced. Come next year, you are not going to come with the same stories. Thank you, Chair.
PS, we can respond to that one because it's a general question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think in our business engagement with these companies and beyond these, we have ensured that we follow procedure. In that the use of the IFMIS payment system in a way enhances us to be able to track and ensure that the payee remits in real time the value-added tax. I submit.
Honourable member, we go to the last question, honourable members. On page 50, failure to settle outstanding bills. Honourable Amnyema.
Chair, in the memorandum submitted by the controlling officer, it was a submission that the failure to settle most of these bills was due to inadequate funding to Treasury. It was also submitted that the Ministry of Finance and National Planning has since requested funds to liquidate the outstanding. So what is the current status of this 483 million? And how much has been settled to date? Do you have any reference documents to this effect?
PS, you can respond to the question.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me ask the Director of Finance to provide a bit of detail on this one before I comment.
Director of Finance.
Good afternoon, Chair. The status is that the outstanding bills is still almost the same. We have actually constantly made reminders to Treasury to release funds. But of course, liquidity is low, and we hope that there will be an improvement. I submit.
Any question? Honourable Mwamba.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Controlling Officer, through you, wanted to find out what measures have been put in place to ensure that debt does not keep escalating. Thank you.
PS, you can respond to the question. Maybe to the Director of Finance through the PS.
This is PE debt.
Thank you, Chair. We actually have written to all provincial management offices that with whatever resources they have, whatever the facilities and provincial heads, they can slowly dismantle with the little they have. That's the initiative we've made, and that circulation has been made to all the controlling personnel.
And submission. Honourable Mamba.
Through you, Chair, has that initiative yielded any positive results?
Director of Finance.
Chair, it's little results in that Ministry of Health has huge outstanding bills. So that's why we depend on Treasury. So competing needs of the current year and also outstanding bills is not very easy for the facilities. That's why we still have a lot of noise going on, because the resources are little.
Thank you.
Okay, we are done with this paragraph. PS, I think you are following the deliberations. Your officers are not doing what we expect from them. Like I said earlier on, this is a very sensitive ministry dealing with our lives. We need serious officers who have the heart for others. But what is happening is business as usual. And as politicians, we've been following what is happening in relation with drugs. We find that whatever they are doing in the provinces, it's coming back on one person. And people are blaming one person. Meanwhile, people are not working out there. So I think there's need as controlling officer to put your systems in order, so that next year we don't want this ministry to come back. We've been here since last week and we are still here. After this paragraph, we are remaining with 2 paragraphs. Why? It's because people are not working. Because there are some questions that will end at audit stage. They're not supposed to come here, but they are here because people can't give out information. So these are issues that you are supposed to handle as controlling officer. Like I said, that when you talk of orientation, don't just look at district level. Start from the nation, province up to district level. Then the ministry will be the best for this country. So I adjourn for 10 minutes for tea break. We are coming back for another paragraph, and but people from the province, they are not part of the next paragraph. We'll go to paragraph 19. So I lift your immunity. We'll see you after 10 minutes.
My name is Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for the good people of Kamfinsa constituency. I was born in Kitwe. I basically did all my education in Kitwe. Started my primary school in where I am, basic school in Indeke. Went to Kitwe Boys Secondary School in Kitwe, and later on I pursued a degree in electrical mechanical engineering, where I graduated at CBU. I think should have been 2009 thereabout. At that time I was already doing civic work. I was already an elected councillor in an area called Riverside in Kitwe, and of course later on I was privileged to have been given an opportunity by the people of Kitwe to work as mayor of the city in between 2016 and 2021. Then of course last year I got an opportunity to represent the community where I was raised, where I grew up, which is Kamfinsa constituency. I am married. I'm a father of 3 children. I think the eldest must be 10. Yes, 10. The second born is 8 and the last one is 5. Yeah, professionally I've worked for Mopani Copper Mines. I used to work as an assistant engineer there. I worked for Luansha Copper Mines, and before going full-time into civic work and political work, I worked for a company called Atlas Copco, where I was selling mining equipment. So I happen to have an understanding of what happens in the private sector. I also have an understanding of what happens in governance. So it's been a great honor reaching this stage where now I can come to Parliament and come and not only represent the people of Kamfinsa, but also try and urge government. You know, our role as parliamentarians is to provide oversight. I love watching football. If I was not an engineer, I think I would have been a very good football player. I read a lot. It's good to read. As a leader, you have to read, because when you are reading, you tend to understand what is happening globally, you tend to understand history, and you tend to understand so many different aspects. Kamfinsa constituency is the first constituency as you enter Kitwe. So on your right, where the boundary with Ndola ends, Kamfinsa starts. So the entire farm block, where the prison is, you go further with the boundary with, is it Mufulira, Ndola Road, that boundary, that is the outer boundary. You come to Ndeke, Kitwe, Mlenga compound, Mkuba na Twange, that is the geographical description of Kamfinsa. Of course, we have challenges in the constituency. We have challenges of water. I was raising an issue earlier with our Honour the Vice President, asking government to work on the water supply network in the constituency. We did start a project, I think in 2019, under Nkana Water and Sewerage, but the project could not proceed because a few things had to be changed. So we have challenges of water. We of course have challenges of unemployment, just like any other constituency. And with more young people finishing school, I think it will continue to pose as a challenge. And I'm hoping that we could find solutions here and also in the constituency, and of course other stakeholders. We are predominantly an agriculture economy. Most people do agriculture, but majority of them on the urban side of the constituency do trading. Some of them work in the mines. So what is happening on the Copper Belt, Mopani operations, KCM operations do affect directly our people in the constituency. And of course we have a lot of people in the informal sector, those that go into Sokone market to sell their commodities. So those are some of the key players in the constituency. And of course I want to thank the clergy in the constituency, because they've helped us whenever we want to sensitize the public about things like constituency development fund. We go through churches, we inform the churches, we ask them, can we do an announcement? And once we do that, the information goes out there, which is very useful. And I think that we have local strategies on how we are coping with some of these challenges, but obviously ultimately we need central government support. We've started with basic infrastructure. We need to educate as many people in the constituency. I would want the constituents to produce more engineers. I want the constituents to produce more doctors, more teachers, more journalists, people that can come and contribute to the economy of our country. So of course our primary objective is to provide health infrastructure and also provide educational infrastructure. We have a hospital, what used to be a clinic, Ndeke Village Clinic in Ndeke Village, that we are now upgrading. The previous government did commence the upgrading works. We have a maternity wing now, and now we want to add a mortuary, a theatre and other things, so that that health facility in Ndeke Village could cater for that catchment area. We also want to upgrade Zamtan Clinic also into a facility with support infrastructure. We also want to upgrade primary schools into secondary schools, so that when children finish grade 7, they quickly go into grade 8, 9 up to grade 12. So part of the constituency development fund, we have channeled it towards adding 4 more classes. We want to finish classes at Wesley Nyerenda. We want to finish 3 classes at Mlenga Primary. We want to do the same in all the other schools that we have in the constituency, so that we shorten the distances. We don't want a challenge where when someone finishes their grade 7, they have to walk a long distance. That's one of the strategies we are using. We are also doing bridges. We want people to be able to connect, and that is why earlier this week I did raise an issue with the Minister of Infrastructure that our farmers need to have their bridges worked on, so that they can transport their farm produce, so that they can transport their farm inputs, and so that we can have economic activity happening in the farm block of the constituency. So it's education, health, general infrastructure like bridges, We also have roadworks that we want to work on, and we have allocated from the constituency development funds for this year about 600,000 kwacha, which will go towards fuel for the council to grade our roads. It's a wide scope of things that we want to do, but ultimately I want us to simplify the empowerment programs. The way the empowerment programs have been designed, I feel will not yield the right results. The issue of cooperatives, we've had challenges. People form cooperatives, they get the money, they have challenges starting a business, yet they asked for money to start a business. So I did ask our colleagues in central government if we can redesign empowerment programs. So that is on my agenda for this year. Before 2022 comes to an end, we should be able to say we think we can do empowerment programs in this fashion. And I think that that is some of the things that we are working on. So pretty much it's health, education, the basic things that everyone talks about, but localized to the needs of the people in Kamfinsa. The residents of Kamfinsa, of course, gave me an opportunity to come here and speak for them, and I think that whenever we ask questions in Parliament, mostly it is issues affecting our young people, issues affecting the constituency, issues affecting Mulenga compound. I would want to assure them that it may not be done, everything may not be done in 5 years, but we are going to lay the foundation and we are going to demonstrate that some of the priorities have been attended to. We are going to ensure that educational infrastructure, the schools out there are worked on. We are going to ensure that we provide the necessary blueprint for working on roads. Those are our priorities, because if we do those things, I think that the economy of the constituency will be active. I also want to assure the residents that the challenges of water will continue to be presented to Parliament, because if I don't speak, I think that government may not give those issues the right amount of attention. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have been elected Member of Parliament. It's been a great journey so far, and I want it to be a leadership that represents the needs of our people.
I'm Mungandu Davison, born in 1981 in Chama. I did my primary education. I was in grade 1 in 1989 at Chama. Now it's called Chama Day. Then it was Chama Primary School. My father retired in 1991, so we had to get back to the village, Kaundia, where there was no school. So I went to Pondo. You know, these are areas that usually have challenges to do with hunger. So from there I was moved to Mangwere, where I did my grade 5 to grade 7. In 1996 I was selected at Shpata Day, where I did my grade 8 and 9. In 96-97 I did my grade 8 and 9 at Shpata Day. In 1998 I was selected at Hillcrest National Technical High School, where I completed my grade 12 in 2000. 2002 I was admitted at the Copperbelt University, where I did my BS in Land Economics. I graduated in 2007 January. 2007 year in June I started work with Lusaka City Council. I think I just did my part-time there for about a month before I joined Finance Building Society. I was with Finance Building Society for a year and a half, 2 years and a half, and I went into my own private practice with my partner until I joined politics. Chama South is one of the rural constituencies now in Mchinga province. I'm sure you are aware that Chama, upon 2011, when the PF government took over power or won the elections, His Excellency President Michael Chilufya Satame, so rest in peace, created Mchinga province, and Chama was taken to be part of Mchinga province, for which as people of Chama we are very grateful. Chama constitutes of two constituencies. It's one of the remaining biggest districts in the country. We have Chama North and Chama South, which is my constituency. Chama South is located on the southern part of the district. Chama South consists of three chiefdoms. We have Chief Chikwa, which is the center of the constituency. We have Chief Tembwe, which is nearest to the Chama CBD. We have Chief Chifunda, which is the furthest on the southern part of the constituency. It borders Lumezi, now called Lumezi district. It also partly borders Mfue constituency for Honorable Makebi Zulu in Eastern Province. So on the western side, I border Shwangandu and Mfue constituencies. On the northern part, of course, I border Chama North, and the northeast I border Chasef. So this is the geographical location of Chama South. It's mostly, I would say almost 98% of the constituency is in the valley. I would like to state here that we are, as people of Chama South, we remain indebted and grateful to His Excellency President Edgar Chagwalungu. After he was elected a member of parliament, Chama South for the first time is being opened up in terms of rural roads connectivity. We have Chifunda Lundazi Road, which has a contractor right now as I talk, although the contractor is not on the ground. But in terms of bush clearing formation, it's all 100% done. Chifunda Mapamba, a stretch of 54 kilometers, there is another contractor, Jonda, who upon the end of the rain season will be on the ground. They've done also bush clearing and road formation for the first time since the Chama South constituency was created. Chikwa Chama Boma, a stretch of 105 kilometers. There's another contractor there, Miena, and it's a joint venture between Miena and Professional Engineering Services that is being opened up. So for the people of Chama South, I would just maybe say, let's be patient. You know, the national cake, the country is big. The PF government wants to take development to almost all the parts of
Welcome back, PS. I restore your immunity. You are protected. Honorable members, we go to paragraph 19. That's the first paragraph in our submission, page 6 of the submission. Budget funding and expenditure. Then we connect it for procurement-related matters. Honorable Daka.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Controlling officer on budget funding and expenditure. There was an underfunding of 1,684,638,221 kwacha. Controlling officer, the committee would want to find out what activities suffered, what activities suffered due to this underfunding. Want to know which activities suffered, and two, what measures have you put in place to ensure that what occurred doesn't reoccur? Madam Chairperson, I submit.
PS, you can respond to the two questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In terms of activities, in line with the annual activity plan, there are a number of activities that were supposed to be implemented. I think amongst of which infrastructure is included. I also want to mention that that the support from the cooperating partners was able to help us to minimize, the gap on some of those activities which were not funded. Specifically, we can provide an annual activity review or performance review report just to indicate exactly the activities that were not funded. In terms of the remedial measures, I think we've improved our profiling approach for the activities so that we don't leave some of these activities towards the end of the year. Basically, that's what we've done, and so that we are able to, or we are funded on time. I will ask the Director of Finance just to add, just in case he has anything else to add.
Director of Finance.
Yes, Chair, I think you may wish to know that profiling was done in full. However, Treasury, through whatever resources they had, chose not to fund the profiling in full. I submit.
Honorable Daka.
Madam Chairperson, I would like to take the controlling officer to the next item, which is on the repair, maintenance, servicing of imaging equipment, Mbara Medical Limited, and to be specific on delayed payments. Madam Chairperson, this is we have a scenario here, controlling officer, where due to delayed payments, the amount of interest accumulated to an extent of exceeding the initial contract sum, which in a normal circumstance one wouldn't expect such type of a scenario, where now we are preoccupied in paying interest instead of liquidating the actual contract sum. Controlling officer, controlling officer, what was the Secretary to the Treasury response to your request regarding the release of funds to liquidate the outstanding amounts? And that's my first question. The second one is the letter you wrote the letter you have provided in the submission in which you requested for funds from the Secretary to the Treasury is dated 10th August 2023. When the debt has been outstanding for 4 years now, why did it take you so long to engage the Secretary to the Treasury? Madam Chairperson, I submit.
PS, you can respond to the two questions, or you can redirect them. Director Finance.
Thank you, Chair. You may wish to note that the policy for central government or Treasury on outstanding bills was that you're not supposed to include the outstanding bills in the budget or whatever current budget you are having, and outstanding bills were they started dismantling outstanding bills in 2022, and as you can see, that's how the trend is looking. So there was no way the bill could be settled because it was an outstanding bill and it could not be included in the subsequent years until the policy changed, where government now adopted the settling of outstanding bills, where they're providing centrally to settle the bills in Control 21 and advise those amounts to the institution. So it was all about government policy. I submit, Chair.
Madam Chairperson, we have responsible government. It's presumed that we have responsible government officers. We make government to enter into a contract where you see that interest, just accumulated interest with regards to delays in honoring payments. You know very well that even the rates that actually were agreed to would lead to interest accumulation that would go above the initial contract sum. How would you commit government to such type of an unfair contract where we are experiencing interest going over and above the initial contract sum? Why didn't you couch it why didn't you come up with a contract that would just naturally terminate if interest accumulate maybe 10 to amount to 20% or 30% of the initial contract sum, than leave a contract which allows the supplier of goods and services have an advantage of having interest, just interest accumulation exceeding the initial contract sum? How did you go to committing government to such type of an unfair contract? That's my first question. My second question: those who are doing contract or project management over this very project, I mean, didn't they realize that things were coming out of hand with regards to honoring the invoices? Because you could have seen on invoice number 1, you could have seen that you have defaulted. On invoice number 2, you have defaulted. But you allowed a situation to escalate to unacceptable levels. Did you have any project managers under this contract? The committee would want to know. Madam Chairperson, I submit.
PS, you can respond to the two questions through you to the Director of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this contract was for for repair, maintenance and servicing of imaging equipment for the ministry. I want to believe that the contract was cleared by the Office of the Attorney General before it was entered into. But however, you can see that servicing of the contract in terms of payments were not observed until such a time when the Minister of Finance gave clear guidance that any outstanding amounts in terms of arrears or debt that the ministry has accumulated will be liquidated through control number 21, and that's what has happened from 2022. We do appreciate the question, and I think it's on that basis that we have sought guidance on the interest rate, the computation which was used from the Office of the Attorney General.
Any follow-up questions, members, on this one? Honorable Mwira.
Thank you, Chairperson. Usually contracts, especially even as it has been reported here, there are special conditions of the contracts. Have these details regarding interest in terms of default and everything. So now that there is reference to Attorney General to interpret, were these interest rates not included in the contract terms and conditions? I would expect that these are some of the obvious things that you can find in any given contract, especially of this magnitude. Isn't the interest rate in case of default already stated in that contract? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Daka.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Controlling Officer, we hear your responses, but before a contract is submitted for consideration at the Attorney General's office, there is an input from the user department. And most of these terms and conditions, they come from the ministry. The Attorney General just checks and maybe here and there makes very minor amendments. But issues, substantial issues like interest rates with regards to the initial contract sum, normally a responsible civil servant is supposed to check that in case of any delays or default with regards to honoring payments, there should be a termination clause where if we go, maybe interest reaches up to 20% of the contract sum, that should be a ceiling. But you come up with conditions, bad conditions against yourselves, where you leave the contract open, just open-ended like that, that interest can accumulate as much as it can. Whether it exceeds maybe 1,000% over and above the contract, it's fine, it's government money. But we're talking about how, I mean, just even on moral grounds, how can you allow your subordinates or your juniors to come up with a contract as a controlling officer, which is open-ended in terms of accumulation of interest? Basically, this could have been curtailed at your ministry, because I don't think the Attorney General comes up with the interest rates. No, we don't agree with this. So can you give us a befitting answer how government, you committed government to such an unfair contract? We have seen government now losing $4.9 million when the initial contract sum was just basically 3.2 million. It's unfair. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
PS, you can respond to those questions. Assisted by the Director of Finance.
Yes, let me ask the Head of Procurement just to give a bit of some...
Head of Procurement, you can join the other bench. You forward the questions, Head of Procurement.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. It's unfortunate that such a thing has happened, but I just wanted to maybe to add something to this. You see, the contracts, the way they are, the contract is a property of the Attorney General. That's why when we draft it, it has to go there. Now, the general conditions of a contract are standard. What you only change are the particulars. So you find issues in those contracts before the new, there's a circular which was issued just recently that we are using. In the old standards, the interest rates were covered in the general. So as a procuring entity, we are not supposed to tamper with the general conditions, but we can change the particular, because the particulars are direct to what you are doing. So in the rate test, what has happened, I think Director of Finance can be my witness. There is a cabinet or Attorney General has issued that in all contracts, the ministries and all spending agencies should remove the clause on interest. At the moment, we are not considering that. But before that, the problem was that we are not allowed to change the general clauses in the general conditions. That's where the interests were appearing. So it's unfortunate that such a thing happened. I think it has been very difficult to change the conditions, the general conditions, because those are they belong to the drafters, the owners of the contracts, government contractors. But what we are supposed to do ourselves is the particulars. So I submit.
Honorable Mwira.
A follow-up question on that submission. This contract we're talking about was signed on 13 January 2017. Now, your submission that the Attorney General guided that anything to do with interest, those terms should be removed from the contract. Does that guidance from Attorney General affect this contract which was signed in 2017? If not, I still ask my question. What was the interest rate stipulated in the contract we are talking about? I thank you.
Head procurement.
This is not affected by the new conditions that the Attorney General has provided. With the issue of what was the interest of, I'm not very particular sure, but it could be about 0 something percent, 0.5% per day, should be like that. But we can check from the contract for any delayed payment.
Honorable Daka.
Madam Chairperson, I don't agree with the head procurement. We have seen contracts where the interest rates are at variance with the other ministries. We have seen them. It's either it's a commercial bank lending rate, or maybe it's a Bank of Zambia policy rate, or Bank of Zambia just... We have seen so many things. So for you to come to this committee and start telling us that that was standard, we don't agree as a committee. Because we saw contracts that are different interest rates, even during the time you are referring to in 2017. You can't come to this committee and tell us that the interest rates were fixed. No, it's not true. Unless we can request, this committee would request you to provide proof that indeed the interest rates were fixed in all government contracts in 2017. Get contracts from, because the Attorney General is a custodian, yes. So you can get contracts from RDA, get contracts from the Ministry of other ministries in 2017 and lay them on this table. You find that they are different. So you can't come to this committee and tell us that the interest rates were fixed. We still insist on our question. Why is it? What was your interest in committing government to such an unfair contract, where now we are talking about interest exceeding the contract sum of the initial contract sum of the service to be rendered? We still don't agree, Madam Chairperson, unless he gives some other justification whatsoever. But otherwise, we would want to get befitting answers to why you subjected government to such an unfair contract.
Yes, we have one intervention.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think it's important to emphasize that the issue of interest is one which we sought clarity from the Attorney General's office, because even us as a ministry, we had a question. As you can see from how interest was computed, certainly it's a pity that the way this contract was crafted, it was certainly, open-ended in terms of interest, in the sense that it certainly exposed the government in this manner, which is extremely undesirable. And we, as a ministry, often, like the head of procurement has mentioned, would want to depend on the Attorney General's chambers to guide us particularly on these clauses that have to do with the computation of interest and so on and so forth, special conditions of contract. And I think from what we are reading here, it seems there was no clarity in the contract on the special conditions of contract, and hence what we see now is an unfortunate exposure of government to this kind of costing and so on.
Progress. We go to unaccounted assets. Honorable Wamnyima. PS, you can switch off the mic.
Thank you, Chair. Controlling officer, we have an issue of asset management here, which is pursuant to Section 41(2) of the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018, which states a controlling officer shall keep a register of the public assets and stores in respect of every head of expenditure. Now, why did it take so long to find these documents to show the auditors where these assets were, especially that all of them were in Lusaka? And your documents do not seem to have any serial numbers indicated, laptops, television sets. Could this be one of the reasons why you are challenged to trace the whereabouts of assets? I submit, Chair.
PS, you can respond to those questions.
Madam Chairperson, I think with your indulgence, the SMS for Senior Medical Superintendent for the University Teaching Hospital may have a bit more background information to this issue.
Is around
before we comment. Yes.
Okay, can you join?
Thank you.
Can respond to those questions?
Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, I sincerely apologize, really. I think this was a break in communications between the auditors and the stores team at the UTH. The items themselves had been received and dispatched to the end users at the Lusaka Provincial Health Office and KKI International Airport. Unfortunately, like I said, between the stores and the auditors, each time they did come through, they could never quite meet and exchange documents for verification. But the items themselves had been received, and they spent very little time within the hospital before being dispatched. So I submit.
Honorable.
Now, these documents that were not there during audit, why don't they have serial numbers, just for traceability purposes? Why are these general documents?
You can respond to the question. Why are they general documents without serial numbers?
I'm afraid I don't understand it.
PS.
The attached documents do have serial GRN numbers.
They have?
Yes, they do.
Which ones are you checking on, Honorable Wamnyima?
Chair, this is a submission of the Auditor General. We're not saying GRN numbers. For example, laptops have serial numbers. So, unless Auditor General can help us, have they brought separate documents here which were not verified?
Auditor General can guide us. Okay. Okay. Any question? Auditor General is still checking. We can proceed to another question, then we'll come back. We can go to infrastructure development. Honorable Mwamba.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are on infrastructure development on page 11, and we'll also reference with Appendix 3A. Controlling Officer, in your submission, you have indicated that you had submitted contracts for amendment on successfully negotiated contracts. However, in response to your letter, the Attorney General indicated that you had only attached one principal contract, making it difficult to render advice as 12 contracts were not provided. How then did you expect the Attorney General to provide guidance? So my question is derived from the management response. Then we can go to Appendix 3A, where there is correspondence with Attorney General's office and yourself. And also, can I ask a follow-up question? In your submission, Controlling Officer, the Attorney General guided the Ministry to start the procurement process as all the contracts had since expired. How far have you gone with implementing this guidance, as these facilities are needed by the public?
PS, can respond to those questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me ask the head of procurement, who has been coordinating the procurement process, to give us the update on this important process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As to the first question on the why submitting only one contract when they were main contracts, I wish to inform the committee that the PSU at the Ministry of Health has gone a lot of changes, where there have been so many investigations and almost all documents, to find them in one place, it has been so difficult. So we tried to look for the contracts. We were only lucky to find one, but we continue looking for them until we had all the 13 that we submitted. But then when we submitted, the issue of now saying the contract had expired, we had to engage our project managers, which is the infrastructure department, who, when we asked them that we are going to now retender, they said, no, don't retender. There were extensions. So they provided the letters of extensions that we submitted to Office of Attorney General. And at the moment, Office of Attorney General have replied. They are just looking through those documents and see if they can be used. So that's where we are, and we're expecting to have, that was last week when I last talked to them, so we're expecting any response this week coming.
Honorable Mwamba.
Thank you, Chairperson. I know that's your best answer, but to be honest, it's not a very satisfactory answer, because to date we should not even be speaking about documents that have not been found. Having certain personnel not in the department, there should always be continuity, and documents should always be there, because office work is not taken home or should not leave the ministry by any chance. You've said you've submitted the other 12. Can you please give us a record of your submission? Thank you.
Procurement Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I didn't come with a record now of all the submitted. documents, but we are ready to give all the documents by tomorrow because we have them. We
You're
just
coming
didn't
tomorrow?
know. We can submit even tomorrow.
You know, Minister of Health, the last time you came, I remember. You came, eh?
Not under Minister of Health. But
Oh, you were under another minister?
Another
Okay.
minister, yes.
Because the last time Minister of Health came, they gave us an excuse of saying, no, most of the documents have been locked up because of those changes. And today you are giving us the same responses. PS?
I can reassure the committee that yes, the documents were found. They were submitted to the Attorney General's office to support the verification process. And I think we have since made a lot of progress on the procurement of completion works for these hospitals that were at 80% plus, where the contractors had demobilized. And we are in a hurry to ensure that the procurement of these works are completed because we do have funding this year before the end of next month to ensure that contractors are back on site. And I'm happy to say that the negotiations actually involved the contractors who are willing to remobilize back on site and take up these works. I submit.
You have something? AG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I asked the controlling officer, I think, to indicate which document he meant when he said it had serial numbers, because the goods received note we have does not have serial numbers, and also the goods issue vouchers that are in the submission also don't have serial numbers. So maybe we can get a clarification from the controlling officer. I submit.
Controlling officer, can you clarify on the issue of serial numbers? The Director of Finance.
Evening, Chairperson. I think I would like to correct that the document did not have serial numbers, but descriptions of the items. It may actually be noted that usually serial numbers in government, usually we use them when now trying to put up a fixed asset register. And there's another process where serial numbers are captured in stores management, but not on GRNs. I submit.
Accountant General, you have something? You can.
No, Chair. I have nothing. Sorry.
Okay. Progress. Honorable Mwira, you have something on the same question?
A follow-up question on infrastructure, maybe two actually. Chair, this contract we've been told with NMS Infrastructure Limited. It was signed on 28th April 2017. And when you come to page 12, we are told that 3 years after the signing, there were amendments made, 3 amendments, which started in 2020, between 2020 and 2021. So this was 3 years after the contract was signed. My question is, how did we start to make amendments affecting the contract 3 years down the line? Was no work started within the first 3 years that these amendments started to be made? I'm particularly concerned because if you see like the last amendment in 2021 even affected the size and the type of hospitals and mini hospitals to be done. Had construction not already started when these amendments were made? That's my first question, Chair. My second one is, once again, the controlling officer to help us reconcile the 115. This is what came in the third amendment of 2021. 115 health centers or mini hospitals. Because the report is telling us that out of the 115, there was no mention of the status of the 5 remaining mini hospitals. So what is the status of the 115? Are they all being accounted for in terms of progress made? Thank you, Chair.
PS, you can respond to the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll ask the head of, infrastructure officer to respond.
Okay. Through the PS infrastructure can respond.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. I'll start with the amendments. Yes, these amendments were done whilst construction was going on, but I think in terms of the footprint, the contract had not moved so much the time that this was being done. The status for the 115 to 5 district hospitals, I think currently we are at 111. We have moved from the 104 that was talked about earlier on, and then in terms of the 5 district hospitals, almost all of them are being done. One was even handed over to the Ministry of Health. So currently what we are remaining with is 14 mini hospitals that have been cited here. And for the committee's information, there was an extension of time that was awarded to this contract, mostly because of, I think, the payments that were being delayed by UKEF, who are the funders. So the contractor was awarded an extension of time up to May next year. So we are still running with this contract, and we are hopeful that by May next year, the 4 outstanding mini hospitals will be done. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Follow-up questions? Honorable members? We proceed. We go to E. Honorable Mwina.
Chair, generally, the findings as outlined by the report of the Auditor General, it just sets me wondering, because in those that have been completed, the mini hospitals that have been completed, we find that some of them, the equipment is not being used. And generally, I think the excuse going through the responses is lack of staff to operate the equipment that has been installed. So my wonder is, how is the human resource planning done that a mini hospital, a hospital for that matter, is commissioned, opened, equipment is there, set, and then we don't send people to go and work to operate those machines? How is this kind of planning being done? I don't know who answers this question, but obviously the controlling officer may identify.
That's when the controlling officer can respond.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
You are constructing main hospitals, but no human resource. Controlling officer.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think we can respond to this question through the experience of Eastern Province, because there is one prototype district hospital in Mambwe, which was completed fully equipped. So perhaps you could share with us how, as a province, they managed to have that facility operationalized. PhD Eastern.
Eastern Province.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, PS, for the opportunity. The new Mambwe District Hospital is one of the 5 I think it's the only one that has been completed to date, Chairperson. It will interest the committee to just learn that PS, we have not completely operationalized this facility, mostly because of the same discussion in terms of the planning for human resource. I think this was not done in tandem. What we have tried to do to operationalize it, because we have also learned from the operations in the other mini hospitals and the other previous hospitals that we have operationalized with inadequate human resource. And these challenges come up. So for Mambwe, we did a comprehensive assessment of the human resource that is required to operationalize this facility. We submitted this to PS and through PS to a Cabinet Office for approval of the establishment. I think this was 4 months ago. To date, we have received approval for the establishment. And in the last 2-3 weeks, we have sent this establishment to the Treasury, for Treasury Authority now. And we are hoping that this will be operationalized in the coming few months. To date, we have only made administrative movements to have people, because this facility has been handed over to government by the contractor, and there is sensitive and expensive equipment that is in place, so that there is minimal services that are being provided in that facility, and thereby provide some security to this infrastructure. I thank you, Chairperson.
PS, what best practices or experience from Eastern Province are we learning from the submission? I haven't learned anything.
Yes, Madam Chairperson. I think what the Provincial Health Director has mentioned was the interim measures which were put in place. Because usually the progress to complete these facilities may not be properly aligned to the fiscal financial year in terms of budgeting and the expenditure support. But I want to mention that in this year's recruitment of 3,000 health workers, for example, because Mambwe and they already have an establishment approved by Cabinet Office, and thereby also securing Treasury Authority, it becomes easier for us to allocate skilled personnel to fully manage and operationalize these facilities. So I think if there is a lesson we have to learn, partly is also to learn that we are trying to plan in advance. Those that we project that will be completed early next year, we can already plan in terms of human resource deployment to ensure that immediately the facilities are completed, there is at least a minimum complement of skilled staff available to support operations at that facility. Of course, it's challenging, but I think we are doing our level best within the province to share what we have, and also from the central level to ensure that we provide that important, complementary support in terms of staffing, as well as training of those staff in the use of the equipment which has been installed in those completed facilities. Thank you.
So from your submission, PS, now I'm worried that with these health posts we are constructing across the constituencies, there will be white elephants where we will not have human resource, because already what you planned as a ministry, you don't have human resource. And now at constituency level, we are just doing things on our own. So I think these are things we need to plan properly as a ministry to help our people out there. Honorable Lungo.
Thank you, Chair. Controlling Officer, there's the issue of ZESCO main grid. In your submission, we have noted that the facilities are connected. Some of them they are connected,
Honorable Lungu is on page what?
Hello?
Page what? That's D?
It's the same.
You're still on C?
Yeah.
On D?
On D, yeah.
Okay.
Were installed like in Mize, Kavindele, Kavisonga, and Kasempa Mini hospitals. This was part of the part of the contract was to install solar system. So my question is, was this part of the contract? The other question is on broken walls. Why did you wait for the audit queries on the defects in order for you to act? And what is the current status? And then what assurance are you giving this committee that the contractor will remedy the defects this time around? Thank you, Chair.
PS, you can respond to those questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. May allow me to, oh yes, okay. Let me ask the infrastructure expert to just provide a bit more detail on this.
Infrastructure can respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. Starting with the first question on ZESCO and solar. The contract was designed in such a way that for those facilities that have ZESCO, we still provide the backup system of batteries and automatic changeovers. But for those facilities that are off-grid, it's purely solar. So it's advantageous for those that are on ZESCO and a bit of a disadvantage on those that are on solar. So there's a hybrid system that is being used. And then, like I had earlier stated, we are going to do a final count on this project. We have our officers that pass through these sites to check the conditions. As you are aware, members of Parliament, if a room is kept locked for quite some time, moisture develops, and then you find paint starts peeling. We've noted this even on other sites, and we have directed the contractors, since we are still in the defects liability period, for them to go back to sites. What solace do we have should the contractor not attend to this? For each and every payment that is made, there's a small amount that is retained, called the retention fee. So if he doesn't work on these defects, by the end of the contract, this money is not going to be paid back to them. It will be used by government to repair the defects. So that's an assurance that we can give to this committee. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Mkumbi.
Thank you, Chair. On page 15, the same. Chair, there's undelivered medical and non-medical equipment. And in here, they are saying, the Auditor General is saying 42,000 plus in US dollars worth of equipment was not delivered. And then the ministry is saying, oh, well, we note that and we have reminded the supplier to do that. I can't understand why you even have to remind the supplier. Was he not just supposed to, procure and, deliver the equipment based on the contract or terms and conditions of that contract? Why is it that the ministry is now reminding this particular contractor and not the other way? Chair, I submit.
PS, you can respond to the question.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll ask the head of medical equipment, Mr. Kalei Mbewe, to respond.
Head of medical equipment.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Kalei Mbewe.
medical equipment head at the Ministry of Health. So we take note of what the auditor had noted undelivered medical equipment to the facility. So we had followed up actually with the contractor to see to it that why was this not delivered. So a couple of reasons were some of the equipment were not working properly, so they had to replace, and they gave us a schedule, I believe which we submitted, a schedule for replacement, because some of those had faulty lenses and they couldn't deliver them, but all the equipment that were delivered were signed off, and we have been assured, and we asked them to, just as the PS has said, they have written us a letter to say they are going to make sure they do that. So on our part as medical equipment, because of the new development of build and equip that we have now in the hospitals, I think we have also developed a tool that is going to help us to make sure that we track every equipment that is delivered into the facilities. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Kando. Honorable Mukumbi.
The reason you have given here, controlling officer, is that yes, the facilities were handed over without those medical equipment. And the reason you are giving is this is attributed to lack of specialized staff who were able to operate. So you are telling us that you told them not to deliver because they didn't have staff? But again, in your other explanation, you are saying we wrote to them that they deliver. So do you now have staff that will operate them? I'm sure you've seen your response there on page 16. So it's confusing now. Which is which? Chair, I submit.
Okay. Medical equipment head through the PS, you can respond to that question.
Thank you, Chair. There are two things I have seen, that there's a table you're saying unutilized, and the other one which is saying undelivered. So there are two things. So the unutilized is because of the staff which are not there, I think, which PS had responded. Then the undelivered is the one that I'm talking about, where they had to identify that these have to be replaced. The unutilized is because of human resource was not there to utilize some of the equipment. But for the undelivered, it's captured, and they were given also the charts. Some they delivered were in red, the undelivered, they delivered in green, the undelivered were in red. I think we have those submissions. Right? So there are two things that we had. Yes, thank you.
So, Chair, my question is, do we have staff now, trained staff to operate the equipment? Controlling officer, do we have?
PS, do we have trained staff now?
Chair, we are in the process of deploying, and we continue to deploy staff as these facilities are being completed. Thank you.
Honorable Kando.
Chair, no, we have difficulties to understand this. The equipment is procured, and then it cannot be utilized because there is no technical staff. When you were procuring, were you not measuring this number of staff that you have that should come and utilize the equipment? Because then it becomes a wasteful expenditure. You spend on equipment that you know very well that it is not commensurate with the staff that you have. Why didn't you train the staff to match the equipment that you were procuring? At the procurement stage, you knew how many people can operate this equipment, how many people can use a computer, how many people can do imaging and so forth. If you don't have, then train. If you can't train, then don't buy. Then why buy and you come and shelve for 3-4 years? Equipment is not being used. Why? When you have other competing needs, ambulances are not being bought, and so then you go and buy equipment that you come and shelve. I don't think it is prudent.
PS.
Madam Chair, the observation is correct. We just wanted to place emphasis on the fact that these are new facility, and prevention maintenance, or part of prevention maintenance, requires that the staff are properly or adequately trained or oriented to using these equipment. So we feel that those who are deployed to these facilities, I think, ought to be equipped with appropriate knowledge. There may be standard equipment, but sometimes, different brands have got a bit of some, a few adjusted configurations here and there, and that's the kind of knowledge that we want our staff to have, so that, this equipment can be used for a longer time to provide a quality service. So training is always an integral part of ensuring that the facility is fully operational.
Honorable Likando, then Honorable Amyembe.
I know that I appreciate, Chair, through you to the controlling officer. Controlling officer, we appreciate your response, but I think the committee will still want to know if this is advanced equipment that needs specialized training. Why not then, before procurement, the supplier should be able to put on the ground people that must be trained in that equipment just before they deliver? Because I think that's part of some of these contracts that they are supposed to make. If the equipment is so much specialized, before it's delivered, it must have people trained in it. The issue of those, what are those things we went to inspect at UTH? The incubators and the other equipment that we were visiting at UTH.
There were cylinders. There were cylinders.
There were cylinders, and there were several equipment that was being told that is not working. The trainers delayed to come and train our people. And this is the case here. So why not get a contractor who should be able to train your people before he hands over? Because he must train the people, and then after they have been trained, then you hand over. Now, instead, you bring equipment, specialized equipment, come and pack it after spending millions of kwachas.
Yes.
Chair, I think the point is noted. It's just that the deployment of staff was not, in terms of timing, matched with the installation of this equipment. But this is an area where since now the structures and establishment have been approved, I think what the Honorable MP has raised is what is going to happen in the future. Thank you.
Okay, progress. Honorable Lungu.
On E. Thank you, Chair. PS or controlling officer, according to the submission and expenditure details, the minister was funded amount of 11 billion 123 million 559,464, out of which 10 billion 847,891,903 was spent, leaving a balance of 275,667,561. My questions are, why did the ministry not utilize the unspent money to liquidate some of the outstanding bills? The other question is, what measures have you put in place to avoid litigation by the suppliers of goods and services who are being owned by the ministry? Third question goes like, is there any interest which has been incurred in delayed payments to suppliers of goods and services? If any, how much? I submit, Chair. Thank you.
PS, there are 3 questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I will ask the Director of Finance to...
Director of Finance?
Sorry.
I didn't follow from which...
It's from management of liabilities, failure to set outstanding bills.
Huh?
That's page 23 of your submission.
23. We're very behind, sorry. Okay. Okay. Failure to spend outstanding bills.
Maybe you can repeat the question?
Yes, I think
Okay.
so. Simple.
Honorable Lungu.
Awesome.
Thank you, Chair. Once more. My question was, the Ministry's funded amount of an amount of 11,123,559,464. Out of this amount, only 10,847,891,903 was spent, leaving a balance of 275,667,561. My question now goes like this.
Guide, AG, can you guide?
Okay, so thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If you look at where the report, paragraph 19, starts from, it shows the funding details, the budget details. I think if you go to that page, you should be able to see those details that the Honorable member of the committee is referring to, that the releases to the ministry were 11.1 billion kwacha, out of which
Page 6 of the submission.
Out of which expenditure was 10.8 billion kwacha. Then there were unspent funds of 275 million kwacha. So if you go forward to the last page of the submission where you are talking about liabilities, you see that we are talking about liabilities of 2.2 billion kwacha. So the question the Honorable member of the committee raised is, why wasn't that money spent on liquidating part of that outstanding bill?
You've gotten it?
Yes, Chair.
Wait, let him.
Yes, Chair. When we look at unutilized funds, as earlier alluded to, it actually speaks to that particular expenditure year or budget year, against which you raise profiles. And those profiles, after they're sent to Treasury, Treasury can either fund everything or, depending on availability of funds, they can partially fund. And this is what happened, that they partially funded what was profiled, sent to them from the ministry. However, when we come to outstanding bills, this is cumulative. And it is not dependent on what really was not funded. This is cumulative from prior years, depending on how funding was released and how dismantling of arrears was going on. So this is cumulative. It is not actually relating one to the other. I submit.
Any follow-up questions on this one? Honorable Omyema.
In terms of interest, have you accrued interest on these delayed payments of supplies and goods and services?
Honorable Lungo.
Thank you, Chair. The other question was on litigation. On these suppliers and goods of services who are being owned by the ministry, do we have any? Thank you, I submit.
Okay. PS to the Director of Finance, you can respond to the two questions.
The first one on interest, as actually earlier alluded to, interest is dependent on the time you actually sign the contract. If the contract was a bad one against the government, then you're going to accrue interest. But if the contract was well crafted, you find that the interest won't apply. So probably to be just issues of the suppliers going to court and you start battling out in court. But it is really dependent on how the contract was crafted. Litigations, still need to have more information on that. I do not have what I can submit.
Honorable Omyema.
Chair, thank you for your response, but you are not explaining whether there is interest. You are giving scenarios. If the contract is okay, there will be no interest. If it's bad, but now you have arrears here. Do you have interest on these arrears? That's the question. Not the best and worst case scenario. No, no. We understand those scenarios, but our concern is particularly on suppliers of goods and services. 1.5 billion here, 1.5 billion. Do we have any interest accrued among these contracts?
Thank you, Chair. To the best of my knowledge, this is compiled amounts owing to suppliers and employees without interest. It is net of interest.
Honorable Kando.
I think, Director, controlling officer, through you, I think the question we're asking on the outstanding bills or arrears is, do you have, because we are, what we are seeing here, suppliers of goods and services is 1.5 billion. Arrears, yes, rentals, yes, but out of all these services that you provide, or that has been provided, or goods that you have consumed, do you have any of your suppliers who has taken you to court, in short, who is looking for interest? Do we have from this? Maybe that's the question we're asking. Do we have any litigations over these outstanding bills?
Director.
Yes, we have MAVA, but that is a demand which MAVA has made for delayed payment on Ministry of Health. It is not yet in court, to the full of my knowledge, and that's why we are still writing back to Attorney General to clarify the demand. After that, probably to go in court, maybe if we refuse that we cannot honor, their demand. I submit.
Any questions? We are done. Yeah, PS, from the 2 paragraphs we've done so far, we have not received responses from your people or from the ministry. Most of them are excuses, which this committee does not allow. Because Zambians are watching there, especially issues of how monies were spent, how equipments were being used. They want to know. But the responses we are receiving from your ministry is that some you don't know how it happened. A lot of excuses, which is not allowed. And like I said earlier on, that this is a very sensitive ministry that we all depend on. This is where our lives are. And as a government, we will not allow this. If there are people who are not willingly to do the right thing, they should indicate. We have a lot of people who are trained out there who want the same jobs to work for the Zambians. So, like I said earlier on again, PS, I said you need to align your system so that you are able to deliver to the Zambians. So, however, we haven't finished. We are remaining with one paragraph, paragraph 21. We are supposed to finish with you today, but we have not finished. So it means that tomorrow we'll have to meet Ministry of Health in the morning, maybe from 9:30 to 11 hours, because we have a province tomorrow. So, PS, we expect you to come back tomorrow at 9:30 for paragraph 21. So at this juncture, I lift your immunity and you can leave us.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
My eParliament mobile application. My eParliament is a mobile application developed by the National Assembly of Zambia in order to bring Parliament closer to you. You can download and install My eParliament from App Store or Play Store. Once installed, you can raise your concerns, provide your input, opinion and feedback on various projects or decisions being made in your constituency. On My eParliament mobile application, you can listen to Parliament Radio. You will have access to parliamentary documents such as bills and acts which are considered in Parliament. You also have access to National Assembly social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You can also watch parliamentary debates live on our YouTube channel. Download My eParliament now. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Each tribe wants to live on its own, want to be on its own. They don't look to others as also fellow human beings, God's children at all. They get divided